What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. Thank you guys, as always, for tuning it in and chopping it up with me. Let me just take this Wi-Fi off. Boom. See if it switches up. Either way, we should be good. I think we're good. Anyway, once again, thank you guys for being here. Happy Saturday. Let's see what we got going on today, man. You know how it is. Let's see. It's 54 degrees right now in the New York area. High of 58, sunny. Not too bad. Listen, we got a little taste of that spring temperature, that spring weather, but it's not here yet. So we got a couple days of 50s, and then it's back into a couple days of the 40s. So we're not there yet, guys. We were thinking we might get an early spring, but it is what it is. Anyway, it's still enjoyable, so make the best of it. Hope everybody's doing good. Wishing definitely blessings and good health for everybody. Yeah, man, another Saturday. It's New York Knicks basketball today, so yeah, it's a lot to be excited for. I hope everybody's doing good. I hope life is treating y'all well. Let's see what's going on here. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining me as always. Shout out to those who may be joining on Facebook and to those who may be joining on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. All right. Let me see who's in here early. Shout out to my guy, Dwayne Dennis, in the building. Dwayne came in with that fire, with that heat. He already had some stuff he needed to say. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, let me see. Dwayne says, with the intermittent return to action of both Julius Randle and Mitch Robinson and the playoffs around the corner, minutes distribution will get adjusted for players. There won't be enough to go around. So that's interesting. That's a good point. That's something that definitely it could be the case. And I see where you're going with that. Let's see what else he said. He said the first unit: Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, OG Anunoby, Julius Randle, iHeart, and the second unit: Deuce McBride, Josh Hart. We got Bojan Bogdanovic, Precious Achua, Mitch Robb, and that's pushing it. Notice asterisk by BB's name. Tibs will be no, that's true. Yeah, he will be it's going to be tough. And then let's see, he said some more. He said press to play a 9-man or a 10-man rotation, so Alex, Burks and BB may not see any action unless the injury bug resurfaces during the playoffs. Tom Tibb is a creature of habit, so don't expect much change. Yeah, it's true. Wow, Dwayne put a lot of thought into this morning, man. You had stuff stored up. It's true though. It's a good point. We got to see how this happens, how Tom Thibodeau juggles this, and if he's willing to. You know how it is with Tibbs, man. He definitely is a creature of habit, and so this is a little bit of a. I mean, it's a good problem to have, but it's a problem nevertheless. Like, I mean, it's a good problem as long as the Knicks are playing well. If the Knicks are struggling or if there's issues, that's when it gets tricky. So, I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be a work in progress, man. You know how it is. You just gotta kind of roll with it because Tibbs is Tibbs. But shout out to Dwayne Dennis, man. Appreciate you. He says, "Good morning, Ron and SKF equals chat. Happy Saturday." There you go. Shout out to Walter Blackman. What's good, Walter? Appreciate you as always. He said, "Good morning, Ron. I hope all is well. It's game day. I'm hoping to go 3-1 on this road trip. Yeah, that'd be nice. Um, so we'll see. We'll see. But I'm feeling good about it. As long as OG's out there rocking with us, he said he's gonna play through his pain or whatever he's got going on. He said it's not nowhere near what it was before he got the surgery. So I'm feeling good about that. That's promising. Um, Ondios is in the building. What's good, Ondios? Appreciate you. He says, salute, salute. Let's go, Knicks. Peace and blessings. All right, man. Always a pleasure. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well with you as well. Mets 2128 is in the building. Salute. What's good, brother? Hope you're doing well. G-Man 78 is in the building. He said, what's good, Ron? Appreciate you, G-Man. My guy, Jeremy Nussbaum is in the building. He says, salute, Ron. Appreciate you. Sherwin is in the building. Good morning to you as well, sir. Good morning. Hey, my guy, Trippy. What's good, Trippy? Hope you're doing well, brother. Always good to see you. It was definitely dope to see you the other day at the watch along that Tony and Morning Brew put together. That was really cool. I haven't seen you in a minute. And well, actually, I think that was my first time seeing you in person. Yeah, I think it was because that time that we were both at the Garden, I couldn't. You were in a different section, and I couldn't get to you. And you said your phone was dead, so you couldn't even get my messages until after. And yes, I am drinking the morning cup of Joe or Joanne, whatever you want to call it. And I went all the way foofy. Yeah, no plug for them. They're not sponsoring us here. So shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. Salute, Margaret. Appreciate you. Always good to see you. Illmadix is in the building. Salute, Illmadix. Appreciate you. Wonder Woman is in the building. Salute. What's good? Hope you're doing well. We got Bricks Nation is here. Salute. Hey, he said, salute, Ron. Salute my diehards. Enjoy the weekend. Appreciate you. NYC BBall 08 is in the building. What's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well. My guy, Allah Wise is here. What's good, Allah? Hope you're doing good. Always a pleasure to see you, my brother. Man, I'll never forget, bro. It's just time flies, It's been it's going on 4 years now that we've been doing this. And I never forget those first couple shows, man. Those first couple shows was rough. Just talking, enjoying the conversation, me and John, but there was a skeleton crew, man. There might be one or two people, 3, 4, maybe here and there. But yeah, man, it was similar names. Allah Wise was in there. Knicks 100 was in there. Margaret Edwards was there. Damn, I don't want to miss anybody. There was a couple other people that were day ones that used to tune into the show. And I appreciate all of y'all, man. And thank y'all for sticking around and continue to support. But yeah, it was Pudge used to come in and out. Yeah. Knicks are nice. There's a lot of a lot of them day ones, man, that've been around and supporting. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you once again for everything. Man. Geraldine McIver. She was another one. Okay. All right. I could just be here thinking about who was a day one, and all this, where we've come from then to now. But once again, I thank y'all. Shout out to my guy, Jay Boogie in the building. Salute. He said, good morning to the family. Blessings, health, and happiness to us all. Oh, wait, where did it go? Oh, there it is. To us all. No chat word for me. What? I'm sorry. No chat word for me. Okay. Everybody is family under this WBLS of podcast. Mr. Ron in the building. Hit that like button, man. Smash it. Hit it. I appreciate you, Jay Boogie, as always, my brother. That's a dope soul. I'm sure when the queen came up with the idea of calling her podcast Dope Soul, she must have already had she was thinking about Jay Boogie. Yeah, I gotta get a name for the podcast, man. Oh man, I saw Jay Boogie the other. Oh wait, Dope Soul. Yeah, because that's what he is, man. Appreciate you, my brother. All right. Let me see. We got Boulevard 73, a member of Still Nick fans in the building. Salute. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He is one half of the 718 boys. You know what I mean? Tune into their show tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the Blorange Tears Network. My guy Aj is in. Well, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, Aj. Let me read this. Morning salute, Ron. Peace, my brother. Shout out to the chat. Let's go, Knicks. Let's go. Appreciate you, Boulevard. Ajay's in the building. What's good, Ajay? I think I've already talked about this, but it was definitely a pleasure meeting Ajay in person. I mean, I don't think it's the first time that he's popped up, but I think each time that he popped up where I was around, I had missed him, just timing. But this time around, I got to see Ajay in person. Man, it was dope to see him. Appreciate you, Ajay, as always. He says, salute, Ron. Still Nick fans have a long ride today, so I'll be listening to most of the eight hours you're putting in today. Oh man, I don't know about that, but we'll see where it takes us. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, thank you, Andios. I appreciate that. He said one of the best shows on you. Hey, thank you, man. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Corey Lee is in the building. He said, peace and salute. Queens is in the building. The butcher is coming. Let's go. That's right, Corey Lee, another half of the 718 boys, man. So once again, please show them love and support their show tomorrow, 10 a.m. on Blorange Tears. You won't be disappointed, man. D-Block is in the building. D-Block 1755. He says, salute everyone. Appreciate you, D-Block. Good to see you. We got Bricks Nation here in the building. Salute, Bricks. Good to see you. Hey, my new favorite podcast is popping in. Two Knicks chicks is in the building. Lady and the Chef and Diva Locks. Appreciate y'all, ladies. Please, guys. I've already said it multiple times. You know how it is. Go support these two fine ladies and what they do. They're giving you great Knick talk. It's entertaining. It's comfortable. It's a comfortable setting. You know what I mean? And they're breaking it down for you. Please go support their show, man. My lady, Grandma Knicks is in the building. What's good? Let me tell you something about Glamour Knicks, y'all. First off, the thing about Knicks Twitter that people get a little overwhelmed by is the fact that there's so much like going back and forth, and the conversation can get hot and heated. And if you ain't prepared, if you ain't ready to get into that, you might as well not jump into the battle, because you can get eaten up out over there in Knicks Twitter. So people get a little alarmed by it. Plus, the thing about Knicks Twitter too is like people jump out the window with a lot of takes sometimes. It goes left. But there's people on Knicks Twitter, like Glamour Knicks, who just makes everything very comfortable. You know what I mean? And brings it kind of back to some normalcy. And she has one of those things where like she realizes that people are people. And so definitely, if y'all haven't checked out Glamour Knicks, please, support her Twitter, man, because she's got good stuff on there and it's positive thinking. And she tries to help out and look out for people. I forgot what she did. It was something she did recently, a couple months ago or something, where she was doing something just for the love of doing it. It was helping with something. I can't listen, if y'all don't know, Steph talks about her affliction with her memory. I got a memory issue too. I be forgetting things, but I remember it. I just don't remember exactly what it was. I don't know if it was resume. I can't remember. It was something though that she didn't need to do. Like, she's not getting paid for it, but she was looking out for people, and she said she was helping out. She had asked, free math tutoring. Thank you. That's what it was. Like, who's gonna do that? Come on, man. Especially you talking about telling random people on Twitter that you don't even really know that well, that listen, if you need help with tutoring, I'll help you out. Come on, who does that? Definitely show her some love, man. I believe on Twitter her name is God's Gift. So yeah, definitely check her out, man. Show her some love, man. Go support, man. You know what I mean? Good people. Not everybody's good out there in the world, and we see there's so much craziness happening in the news these days. You know, people are wild, man. So yeah, let's support regular people. You know what I mean? For real. Let's see. Winston Hadaway is in the building. Salute, Weinstein. It says salute to the chat. Hey, Knicks fans, give Burks a break. He'll come around. Tibs know what he's capable of when he's clicking, so let's be a little bit more supportive. I like that, Winston. We'll talk about Burks. You know, yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know, Weinstein. I don't know. Ajay said, still Knicks fans, it was dope meeting you too finally. Facts, man. You know, it's been a minute, bro. Okay. I think I got to everybody so far. Let me see. Let me continue here. Shout out to everybody once again. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to those who are viewing on X or Twitter once again, and shout out to those who may be viewing on Facebook. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. All right, let's get it cracking, y'all. Okay, let me put this link in the chat here. Boom. Shout out to Rob Stack in the building. Appreciate you. He says, good morning, Ron. Definitely one of the best shows. Hey, man, thank you. I appreciate that. I just, like I said, I appreciate you guys continuing to come back and support the show, and, you know, to take this ride with us on Still Knicks Fans, you know, whether it be myself solo on Saturdays, whether I'm doing, like, you know, the NBA wrap up, you know, by myself, or with Eru, or even if John's available, or definitely on our Monday show for SKF Weekly with my brother John and my brother Jose holding me down, or holding us down, should I say. Yeah, man, whatever it may be, I appreciate all you guys supporting us. Shout out to A Train in the building. Salute to all. He says, my guy JM3 is in the building. Salute. What's good? Hey, there's a brother. He comes in and out. I know he be busy, but it's good to see him. Rome from Far Rock is in the building. He said, good morning, everybody. He said, JM3 said that had his fight. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, Michael Singleton is in the building. He says, Ron, the Don of Knicks basketball. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Speaking of when I hear the Don, where's my guy Double A at today? He must be busy doing something, because he's always around supporting. Wherever you at, Double A, I hope you're doing well. I hope everything is good to go for you, my brother. Okay, now back to what I was doing. Did I put the yeah, okay, I put the link. Let me hit the intro, and we're gonna get back into it and start chopping it up. All right, we'll be right back after this. Oh, damn, I always forget when people's tuning in, man. I just be jamming. You know how it is. Oh, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, Rome. Corey Lee's funny. He said Double A's at that AARP meeting. Oh, man. Double A gonna get you, Corey. Sha Powers is in the building. Salute, Sha. Salute. What's going on, brother? Please, man, if y'all haven't already, y'all already know, man. You know, we got the usuals, the ones that y'all should be tuned into. Please go out there and support Sha Powers and my guy Divine. Knicks Real Talk in the building on YouTube. Go show them some love if you haven't already. And if you have, continue to show them the love that they deserve, man. They get us right for these Knicks games, man. Put us in the right mind space to deal with what life throws in front of us with regards to our Knicks. All right. Okay. Let's go. Just starting off, man. Got to talk about them. Listen, I personally, I don't know what's gonna happen with this man. I mean, you know, we watched him here on numerous occasions. But the Alex Burks thing, man, is the benching temporary or is it going to be permanent? Let me put that up here so it's or permanent. Let's put that up there. Hopefully I spelled that right. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. And put that up there. Is Alex Burks benching temporary or permanent? Let me get my guy Mets in here. Mets, what's good, brother?
Not much. I just have an orientation over what's going to be my new job to finish on Monday.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Hopefully, did you just have it? It just happened.
I got it. I just didn't finish orientation yet. I gotta wrap it up on Monday.
Okay, cool. Well, good for you, man. Good for you. What are you thinking about? I mean, how do you feel about this Alec Burks situation? You think the benching of him is temporary or permanent? Because you know how Tibs moves. We've seen when Tibs puts you in that doghouse area, you kind of stay in there.
It's probably going to be permanent. I mean, many fans, there was a lot of backlash when we brought Burks back, and the backlash is reared its ugly head. I mean, like I said, if we had just kept Flynn and shipped out Fournier and Grimes and whatever draft picks for just Bojan, then the trade would have been a lot more tolerable. But instead, we brought Burks back, and it's done a lot more harm than good in the long term. We're seeing it every time the little bugger's on the court.
Yeah. I honestly, guys, I really hold on, let me do that too, because I wanted to do that. Let me pull up Burks's numbers. Because this doesn't make sense, man. I gotta tell you, honestly, this does not make sense. From as much time as I've seen Alec Burks, and there's been a lot of stuff I've not been happy with over the years, and you know, especially when he was a Knick and Tibs was, you know, using him like he was our point guard of the future or something. It was crazy. But I gotta tell you, I haven't seen him this bad, Mets. I have not seen him this bad.
I mean, he was pretty bad when we first got him.
Well, let's take a look at that, because you know, sometimes
he was relatively bad when we first had him.
So let's just look at this. Let me pull it up. All right, and let's show everybody, because why not? What else are we doing here? You know what I mean? Let's share screen with everybody.
Okay.
All right. Let's put this up here.
All right. Cowboy Bob was in here. He'd be he'd be like rambling rabbit. You could never shut the guy
up. Can I get this man? Let me see if I can blow this up and make it a little bigger, and then cut this whole thing on ESPN off a little bit before YouTube hits me with a copyright for showing some video. Killing me, man. YouTube is nuts. I mean, in the best possible way, YouTube, of course. Okay. Anyway. Damn, Alec Burks has been around. Look at this guy. Look at this.
I mean, he did start in Utah. His best year was either 2014-15 or 2013-14. I can't really see this number.
Yeah, it's a little small. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. Well, it is what it is. Anyway, that's the best I can get it for now, unless I take us off the screen, which I could do. But all right. So let's go. And I'm not caring about all this other stuff he did prior to that. Let's go to the Knicks. So first time around 2020 to 2021, 49 games with the Knicks. He shot 42% from the field, 41.5% from three, 85% from the free throw line. He averaged 12 points per game. And I believe this is 4 rebounds and 2 assists, right? Then in 2021-22, 81 games. Damn, he played almost the whole season.
And starting more than half of them.
Right. 44 games. Yeah. That's when Tibs definitely was like, he's our best option at point guard. Okay, whatever, Tibs.
But anyway, that was to compensate for the fact we made a bad deal in getting Kemba Walker.
True story. So
he albatross, no matter how you cut, no matter how big you gave how big of a contract or how small of a contract you were going to give Kemba.
Hmm. I mean, you're not lying. So here this was weird. He shot poorly from the field, 39%, which I mean, league average, once again, somewhere around 44, 45%. 39% is well below that. He shot 40% from three, though, which is not bad. He shot 82% from the free throw line, averaged about 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 11.7 points per game. All right. You know that. The book is closed on him with the Knicks. Then he goes to Detroit. He plays, we got 51 games here. He shot 43% from the field. He shot 41, almost 41 and a half from three, 81% from the free throw line, averaged 12.8 points. Then the next year, in the 43 games, which is this current year with Detroit, he shot 39.4 from the field. Oh, interesting. So he really didn't shoot that good from the field, even with Detroit. I was giving him more credit, but he really didn't shoot that great from the field. And then he shot 40% from three, 90% from the free throw line, and 12.6 points per game, averaging around 2 rebounds and 1 assist. Not that productive with the categories, but the shooting was definitely better. Now let's look at the difference between how he was playing 43 games with Detroit on the worst team in basketball, right? Of course, that allows you to be a little bit more free, get more shots up. But even getting more shots up, he still shot 40% from three. And he was shooting 90% from the free throw lines. They're free throws, no defense. Okay, free throws, right? He comes to the Knicks, 14 games with the Knicks. He shoots 31% from the field. He shoots 28% from three and 68% from the free throw line. No defense, guys. Free throws. You're going to tell me there's something not wrong with Alec Burks? I know we want to get on him. I know he looks like trash, but I'm telling you, something is not right here. This don't make sense. And if you look at all of his numbers, go ahead. You're going to say, Matt.
Unless there's an injury he's trying to cover up. That's the only excuse I can give at this point for why he's been so bad as a Knick. It's either the pressure of coming back a second time around, which if you saw what happened with Derrick Rose, he thrived the first year he was brought back, only to fall apart because Tibs overtaxed him in the second year.
Right.
Here, the pressure's on. This is on a good playoff team, a playoff caliber team, and he's fumbling around trying to find his place. So it's either an injury or there's just no room for him on this team.
Yeah.
Out of the 57 games he's played this year, the 14 he's played with us have been his worst.
He definitely does not look right. He doesn't look comfortable. I'm just saying, guys, and I'm not going to be mad. In the beginning, I was defending him, and I was like, y'all got to chill. Y'all got to relax. You're jumping out the window. Give this guy a little time. But it's been enough time. 14 games is a good enough amount of time for you to start feeling a little bit more comfortable with a team, especially a team you used to be on, even though, like, players are different. A lot of the system stuff is the same. At this point, he should start feeling more comfortable, and it's getting worse. So that's what I want to say, because my best indicator that something is wrong is his free throw shooting. Because you can't tell me that you go from shooting 90%, your highest level in the NBA, and this is 43 games of it, 90% from the free throw line, and you come to the Knicks and you missing free throws. Like, this is so crazy to me. That's how I know something's not right.
Yeah,
because that's weird.
In the state of Denmark.
Yeah, something's definitely not right there. So, yeah, I'm just, once again, guys, I mean, listen, you take it with a grain of salt. You feel like he's trash. You feel like he's washed, all that. That's fine. I just want to show you that maybe there's something going on with Alec Burks. Now, does that give him a pass? No. That just means, look, if something is wrong with him, then we can't use him. We're at a point where we're trying to get to that next level. And we got a guy in Shake Milton sitting there on the bench, not getting any burn. I'd rather put, whatever's going on with him. Burks got to sit down, and we got to start seeing what Shake got. Why not?
I mean, anyone who remembers that atrocious 1996 Whoopi movie, Eddie, where he had a selfish player who didn't want to sit down for an older vet. It's similar yet different in the cases with Burks and Shake.
Yeah. All right, let me get this off the screen. Shout out to the chat. Boulevard says time for Burks to kick rock. Sorry, I'm disappointed in his play. I agree. I hear you.
I don't blame you, bully.
Shaw Power said Burks and Bogey will be situational when Randle and Mitch come back. That's definitely true. Alawai says, how does a situational player get benched? I don't know, bro.
He then
that's how bad he's been playing.
For 9 the other day. Nobody said shit, laugh out loud. However, the game we scored 73 points, Deuce went 0 for 9, not Burks. Accountability is accountability. That may be true, but here's the thing. What were we playing on against Philadelphia? The hero ball mindset, something I am vehemently against, and we nearly fell back into against Portland on Thursday.
Well, let me pull this up too, just for context, guys. This is just so you know, it is what it is. Hold on, let me do this so y'all can see. Give me a second, because I was thinking about this the other day. Just I was curious, and somebody had posted it on Twitter, and I said, "Wow, I mean, you know, this can't get much worse, can it? I mean, I guess it could." Hold on, here we go. All right, let me share this. So, shout out to Margaret Edwards. Appreciate you, Margaret. She said maybe we should never have traded Grimes. Yeah, some people might say that, right? But you know,
but Grimes wanted out. Tibs wasn't pushing the system. He couldn't get open looks. And what's he getting in Detroit? Open looks. And we saw when he came back to play against the Knicks, he wanted that revenge.
Yeah, he did. And let me tell you something. That's the problem. Our young players.
Ron, you're fading out.
Oh, am I?
You were. Now you're back.
Okay. And you know what's weird is because hold on. Let me cut this off. You know, ESPN, they start popping up videos and I'm hearing it in my ears. So the thing about Grimes is we want him to succeed here, but once these young players get it in their mind that they don't want to be a part of the system anymore because they're upset with the coach, unfortunately, there's nothing you could do. And especially with a coach like Tibs that doesn't play that, and you know he's spiteful and he holds grudges, and he's, you know, that's it. It's just time to go. It's for the best. You know what I mean? Just get them out of here before it becomes too much of a problem. With Obi, maybe the Knicks waited too long until he started to get overwhelmed and he blew up. So that's what it is. But let's take a look at Quinton Grimes, because I think this is interesting. Look at Grimes' numbers, folks. Look at 2023-24 with Detroit. 6 games. He's shooting 21% from the field. He's shooting 14% from 3. He's shooting 90% from the free throw line, but it's a small sample size. But whatever, still, it's the same thing. Because, you know, if you're shooting that bad, you don't get to the line a lot.
Coupled with the fact that the majority of the points he's gotten as a Piston were against us.
Right. And then he's averaging 5 points in 6 games with Detroit. Detroit being one of the worst teams in the league, if not the worst. He can't even crack and break in over there with Detroit, guys. That's not a good sign. I'm just gonna tell you. And I wish this young man hold on one second, Matt. I wish this young man the best, but I will say that there's something about his it's not his motor, but it's like a passion for the game. There's something missing in the passion part. Like there's that extra drive that a player has that pushes them with adversity. The extra drive you show when someone calls you a bum or says you're not him in your face, and you go play. I'm talking about when Scotty Barnes did that. Stuff like that should motivate you. You know what I mean, and bring the best out of you, even if it's to prove a point. But it doesn't seem like that's the case with Grimes. He doesn't use that as motivation. So he doesn't have that as a driving force. And I just think that is the key with Grimes. And maybe it's a confidence issue. The same thing we saw happen with Obi. Well, because when Obi's confident, we've seen Obi play really good basketball. But he's not confident, he does some stuff that, you know, you like, what's going on? Maybe Grimes has a confidence issue too, because you can't make this up, man. How can you go from the Knicks, who you wanted to leave because it started to get a little too much for you? You wanted the playing time. You go to Detroit, one of the worst teams. You're getting 20 minutes per game, and you're shooting 21% from the field, 14% from three. Like, you could go out there and ball out, and this is what you're doing. I don't know, guys. Maybe the Knicks was smart enough to get rid of some of these young guys while they still had some value to get from them. I'm not talking about really quickly, and RJ's different. RJ, we had the trade because we needed, his value helped us get OG. Quickly's value as well, but Quickly was also someone we had to pay and we didn't have the money for. So that's different. Those two are different.
Trading those two was partially to get more talent and part of it to get a cap dump.
Right. Yo, so anyway,
but
let me get this off the screen because I don't want to keep looking at Grimes' bad numbers.
I mean, with Fournier, it was a necessity to get rid of his contract, so that was a cap dump.
Yeah.
Seriously.
True.
I don't know who was the bigger albatross, him or Kemba.
I mean, they both. I mean, I would. So but the crazy thing about it is they both had some special moments. Like when Kemba got the confidence and got the keys, he was doing some good things. He can't at this advanced. Yeah, he can't stay healthy, and he can't give you the same effort night in and night out because of his body is wearing down, the knee stuff he's been having to deal with. He just couldn't give that at the level we needed it. Honestly, that's the only thing that held Kemba back, because when he was healthy, he could ball.
And with Fournier, it's just that he's not very good in anything other than sniping.
Right. That's true too. And even with Fournier, like, unfortunately with Fournier, let me tell you, man, we've seen Fournier step up really big and have really good moments for the Knicks, especially against Boston. We know that. But even with him, I think some of it has to do with his confidence at a certain point. Not initially, but after sitting on the bench for a few games, no big deal. But then more games, then a month, 2 months. Then you got people talking about, you know what I mean? Like, then you got people talking about it's affecting your trade value. 1 second.
But again, look what we got to work with for a coach. A 10-man set in his ways. How do you get rid of the How do you fix this? You get rid of the robot.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens, Mets. Like I said, we still got a really good basketball team here with a lot of good players and some good talent, and we're still starting to try to hopefully get healthy again. And so we'll see what happens.
Here with OG, I mean, sure, they've gotten the bone chip out, but he's still a little sore.
That he is. Let me shout out the chat real quick and we'll get back into that. I think it's time to shift gears and talk about OG a little bit. So good segue there, Mets. Let me get this off the screen. Excuse me. Shout out to Keyshawn in the building. Keyshawn, was good. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here and rocking. My guy, Lion of Judah, is in the building. He says Shabbat Shalom and blessings. My brother Ron in the panel in the chat. Good midday, fam. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well as always. Towan Sellers, yes, Towan Sellers is in the building. He said, but he may be productive in the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, listen, the only thing about him is that if he stays in Tibbs's current doghouse, he won't be there in the playoffs. Like, Tibbs will not even go to him. So sometime there's 16 games left, I guess. Sometime in between now and then, Tibbs is probably going to give him one more shot, and he better do whatever he can with that shot. I don't know. And another thing is maybe he's benched because he's not healthy, as Mets was saying, and maybe the Knicks know that, and they're like, you know what? Let's sit him down and get him some rest and see what happens. So we'll see. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let me read a couple more. I got my guy Corey backstage. I'll bring him up in a little bit. No, not this season. NYC BBall asked if Burks had played with Julius. Not this season, I don't think. No.
Not yet, or if ever.
No, not this season. Monarch Smart TV is in the building. Salute. Cheers, family. All is well. Let's go, Knicks. Facts. Knicks will be 2026 NBA champs is in the building. He said, "What's good, people? Appreciate you." My guy Kerry Cox is in the building. Salute Ron and Mets. Appreciate you. Chop Low is in the building. What's going on, Chop Low? Appreciate you. Salute Knicks family. Okay. All right, cool. I think I got Terry. And D Moore 914 is in the building. Salute D Moore. Appreciate you. All right, let me get my guy Corey in here. Corey, what's good, brother?
Salute. What's good, my man? Mets, good morning, man.
It's good afternoon now, but I get your point.
Well, it doesn't matter. Good day.
There you go.
How about
Salute, my brother. Salute, my brother.
What's good, man?
Chilling, man. Can't complain. So let's, well, first off, while I'm pulling this up, what's your thoughts on Burks? I mean, did you get to see those numbers I put up?
Yeah. Listen, man, this whole Burks thing is getting blown out of proportion a little bit. First of all, if anything, at worst case scenario, he's probably third string, whatever we got for now. He's here to help, and he's part of the money grab that we had to do at the end of the season to do something with Fournier's contract. You understand what I'm saying? Because now, by us getting rid of that and picking up Bogey and as well as Burks, that was just extra fodder for this off season. When we, if we decide to make a move or we plan on making a move, it's just to add more flexibility. We didn't come and get a 32, 33-year-old guy and another 35-year-old guy. You know what I'm saying? To solidify a team. Just those are just pieces. I'm not even looking at Burks as somebody who I'm relying on, you know what I'm saying, for this playoff run at all.
Right.
Everybody who we need to be concerned about is Randle, Mitch, and as well as OG, and then all those other players that are pretty much have been playing before them. So,
right.
All this Burks talking, putting them under the microscope, I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. I'm not gonna do it, and I'm not gonna allow any fan to do it.
So, would you say that? I mean, but are you saying that you're not concerned with how something doesn't seem right with him? Because the reason why, and just let me just put this out here. The reason why I'm actually putting these numbers out there for people to see is because I want people to understand that I get that Alec Burks looks like trash right now. But what I'm saying is this to me is not, there's something wrong with Alec Burks. It's not just he came to the Knicks and all of a sudden he stinks or he don't know how to play with a winning team because he came from Detroit now. I think there's something actually wrong with Burks. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's I don't know how to say it. It's either physical or mental, right? It's either you got the yips and you can't hit shots, something's going on, or it's physical, like you actually ailing, something's bothering you. I'm just saying it makes no sense for any guy can come to a team and be shooting hot somewhere else and come here and not shoot well. I can't quantify that. But what threw me off is when I looked at his free throw shooting. You can't go from 90% to shooting 68% from the free throw line with the net. That's crazy. But go ahead, Corey. My bad.
But no, you good. But you brought up a valid point. It's the ips. I think it's the ips. I don't think he's hurt. I just think he's just having a really, really tough time right now in this particular part of the season.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then also too, just the move, because maybe I'm not saying he was comfortable in Detroit, but maybe he found his role, he knew what he was doing, and it came easier. Now it's more. Now he's probably doing more thinking, more react, less reacting. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Who knows?
Right.
But I'm not looking. I promise you, come next month, at the end of the next month or wherever the playoffs start, I don't think we'll be looking for him to in the fourth quarter to be fourth quarter Jordan. No.
Yeah.
If he shakes the funk that he's in, maybe not. But Tibs is funny money, so
yeah. 100%. We know that. Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because that to me, I just find it crazy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to look at it. It seems easy because these are NBA players. You guys know how hard it is to shoot 90% from the free throw line. Tell you that focus and concentration to be able to knock it down almost every time you're there is not easy. That's why there's not that many people to do it. So yeah, to me, I'm like, yeah, something's not right. But okay, all right, let's move on. So shout out to the chat once again. I appreciate y'all. Oh wait, okay, that's the problem, guys. I didn't have the answer. Obviously, Mets didn't, and Corey didn't. Wiz has the answer to what happened with Burks, and so hopefully we can fix that. He says, Ron, maybe Burks saw you dance and it threw his rhythm off. Got it. My bad, Wiz. That must have been
Very
it.
funny, Wiz.
Hey, man.
My
Yo, same sound advice from the wise one, right?
You know what I mean? You can't get that everywhere. Only here on Know the Ledge, baby. You know, this is where you find that type of information.
You know, and it's the curry powder that gets it right all the time.
That's what it is. The curry powder get. Shout out to King Ribby in the building.
On your eggs, you'll get acid reflux.
Oh, good to know. I don't think I've ever had curry powder on eggs.
I got it.
Yeah, I was never
too much. I had that happen. I had an ARD attack in 21.
Oh,
go to the hospital for it.
Well, first up, you get the curry powder on the eggs to begin with, because that's not average, seasoning for eggs.
I was just curious on how it would taste.
Okay, well, see, you know what they say: curiosity killed the cat, satisfaction brought it back. But you wasn't satisfied with what happened there, so let's leave the satisfaction part. I hear you. Listen, I've experimented with some really weird food combinations, especially back in the pole days. Them young pole days make it happen.
Come on, man. Oh, making the meal.
That's facts. Thank you, King Ribby. Appreciate you, brother. He says, salute, fellas. Ron, Corey Lee. Shout out to the chat. Like all that good. Subscribe and share. Blah, blah, blah. You know how we do. A-Train says, does Burks know the ledge because his drop-off is drastic? What you trying to say, brother? You trying to say he's out the window?
If I know the ledge.
I see what you did there, man. Yeah. I hear you, brother. Yeah, it's rough for him. It's rough. All right, so let's get into this guy right here. Boom. OG Anunoby playing through the pain, folks. Now, first off, if you're under a rock and been busy and you haven't heard, OG has already come out and said, yes, he's been dealing with some discomfort. He is playing through the pain, and he said not to worry about it because right now he still feels much better than he felt in January. And you guys know how we played and how he played in January. So that's a good sign. All right. So that's a good sign. And maybe, with this type of injury, he's had, we're talking about bone spurs, right? When you get sometimes you get surgeries, you got tissue, ligament stuff that's healing. You got scabs that are growing that need, the internal scabs that have to kind of break apart. Who knows what he's dealing with, but sometimes you have to kind of play through it and it gets right. And in this situation, maybe that's the case with OG. So we'll see, man. I mean, he seems like he's okay with it. I will say that I was a little concerned. I actually missed the play where he kind of aggravated it a little bit. I guess he had reached. I saw it now. He had reached and he kind of felt a little something in it and he was a little concerned about it. So, but I did see that maybe a few plays later, or maybe whatever. It was in the fourth quarter. He went up and he fell awkwardly and he fell like this. And as soon as he felt like this, he started holding his elbow. I was like, oh man, did he fall on his elbow? I mean, that doesn't mean much. I mean, it's just like you're gonna feel a bruise and it's gonna happen. And so that he felt a little like, I don't know, something's not right. But he was okay. It's just like it's like your funny bone. Remember, your elbow is your funny bone. Anytime you hit your elbow, it's gonna feel funky. So I don't know. What you think, Corey? You think that there's something we got to be concerned and worried about?
Concerned, yes. Worried, no. You know what I'm saying? Just something to keep your eyes on and monitor.
Yeah, I hear you. What about you, Matt? How you feeling about
it? Straddling the line between concerned and worried.
But yeah, I'm just concerned. I'm not really worried to the point where, like, oh my God, every time he falls, I'm like, you know how when you teach your kids how to walk for the first time, and they fall, and you like, oh my God, I gotta run over there because you don't know what to expect. That's the problem. We just don't know what to expect. Let him go. Let's see how far he can go, and let's see what his threshold is, and hopefully it's high. Hopefully he can play through the discomfort, and we get the most out of him. Hey, I'm happy to see that man back. You don't know. I was talking, I think it was a Freezy the other day, and I was seeing how he had like 2 steals, or he had 2 steals, but I seen how he caused 1 steal, which I think Jalen Brunson got the credit for. That man was like a foot off the ground and like level with the ground, and the way he reached for that ball and the balance that he had, I was just like, wow. I was like, wow. I was floored.
Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. I was trying to fix this. There we go. I had to fix this green screen. It was falling apart on me, man. It's time for a new one. Anyway. Yeah. No, I agree, man. Look. OG is. What can you really say about this guy, man? He's such a difference maker out there. He does the littlest things well. You know what I mean? We've just, when your team has been missing something, and shout out to the players, like they're really good, and there's certain things they do well. And Josh Hart has been giving you effort and hustle, and he plays solid defense. Same with DiVincenzo. But just having a guy who plays incredible defense, it's like natural to him. It's just so different. Like you can't. You sometimes you kind of take it for granted because you didn't have it before, and then when you got it, you take it for granted. Sometimes you don't like OG is good, man. Like he's great actually. So I shouldn't even say good on defense. He's great. So he just makes such a difference. And shout out to Steph who was talking. I was listening to her show last night on Dope Soul, and she was mentioning how like you can't really even put the ball by OG if you're not secure with the ball. He's gonna get it. Like He's a monster, man. He's a monster.
Oh, he got a 7'3" wingspan or something like that. I heard it was crazy. I was like,
yeah,
what?
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. And he's got great instincts and anticipation.
7'3" wingspan. Who at 6'7"? Who has that? That's like ridiculous to me. You got arms for like not even days, for months.
Yeah, it's really good to see. It's like kind of like you think about how Mitchell Robinson has become impactful defensively, whereas he may not get all the blocks, but he doesn't have to because sometimes guys just know he's there, so they won't attempt certain things around him because they know he could block it. And so it's just kind of like watching him grow to that point and building up that and understanding things and his timing and anticipation. And OG has that and had it forever. And now that he's in Tibbs' system, it's able to flourish even better. Like I thought he was great defensively with Toronto, but seeing him in the Knicks system, he just looks that much more better. So shout out to Tibbs too, because we get on him, but we take for granted how good Tibbs is schematically when it comes to defense. If you could play defense, he'll have you looking great out there.
And speaking of which, so real quick, Matt. Speaking of which, I said this on the Brew Crew the other day. I was like, New York is a no-fly zone when Mitchell Robinson's out there. Not to switch subject, but just had to say
but that's true. That's true. And we, we're going to still continue to see what's going to happen with that. I know we're all like chomping at the bit to see how Mitch is going to play alongside of OG. I know we can't wait, but yeah, that's going to be a nice problem to have. Hopefully it comes sooner than later. We'll see. But for now, we got to rock with what we got. So it is what it is.
True.
Shout out to go ahead, Mets.
I'm saying true.
Yeah. Shout out to 713 Gamer in the building. He says, I can't call it. What up, Fliggity? Flame is in the building. What's good, my brother? Stafford Don is here. He said, afternoon, fellas. Still Knicks fan Corey Lee, Mr. Angry Guy, the chat. Shout out to you, Staffordon. What's good, brethren? A-Train says OG is special, pure impact player. Facts. Dwayne Dennis had said that's how it works. There's a goal that we're trying to achieve. Oh, wait, sorry. That's a continuation. Sorry. He said during this time of the season, you have to show out, especially with the injuries that we're dealing with. Those 14 games was the perfect time to make a statement. Everyone must be on the same page. I guess this is a reference to Burks. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. All right. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with OG. I think he is fine. We just, as fans, and having OG here and not really knowing so much about him, all we've kind of known so far is that if OG don't feel right, he don't play, right? So now we're starting. We look at him a certain way, but now we're going to see how does OG play when it comes to playing hurt. Even though he said he already did it, but this is good for us, and it's good for us to know about him that even though he has this thing like I'm not going to play if I'm not 100%, but in certain instances I will play if I'm hurt. He will gut it out. So it's not we don't have to look at him like he's weak or something, or like we could use him and he could be out there and he's not willing to do it. He's telling you right now that he's going to play with the pain. It's some discomfort, but it's not that bad. So let's rock with him. Let's rock with our guy, and hopefully it turns out to be a great rest of the season and playoffs.
He's trying to tell you he's not Mr. Glass.
Correct. So that's good. Especially, I mean, even if you did think that way, not right now is not the best time to do it. You're talking about the end of the season, going into the playoffs. You playing for a contract extension. Come on, man. You gotta try to get out there and do what you got to do. With that being said, this one is a little. Now, some people might say, Ron, this is for you. Like, what are you doing?
See if I know the ledge.
I am not jumping out the window here, guys. I'm just a little concerned, okay? I don't know what is going on with it. I've been watching it. I've been trying to stay quiet about it. I'm like, okay, here and there. But maybe it's going to go away, and I'm not going to make a big deal about it. But nope, it hasn't gone away. It's still early. Dante's shooting, guys. I don't know if you know.
I think it's basic. As far as I'm concerned, the way I'm looking at it with how badly he's been shooting lately, it's the pressure game to DiVincenzo. I mean, he's basically put the burden on himself of I've got to be the sniper, I've got to be the sniper, I've got to be the sniper, or I've got to do more with the ball, I got to do more with it, and it's kind of blowing up in his face in some ways.
Well, I have a different. I mean listen. There could be some truth to it. I don't know. I think Donte is actually pretty good at handling pressure, but I have a different theory. But I'm gonna let Corey chime in before I give my theory, because who knows? He may say my theory and I won't have to say it. What's your thoughts on it, Corey?
My opinion, my thoughts is the young man is tired.
There you go.
Dog tired.
Oh, that
you gotta think. Out of all our players, I think he missed maybe one game. He's played the majority of all of them. He's not. You gotta think. Last year he didn't get burned like this. The year before that, I think he was hurt. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just it's late in the year. It's catching up with him. He's been playing hard. You gotta think. In the last 6 to 8 weeks, he played 38 plus minutes. Per game. He's talking about somebody career 25, 28 minutes. Come on. So I think we're looking too deep into this. I just think when everybody comes back and we try to get this rotation solidified, Tibs is going to ease back and give these cats it's probably as much rest as possible. You know what I'm saying? Considering, now if it's us trying to fight for the 3rd seed and we still got an opportunity, he might push him. Who knows? Knowing Tibs. I'm not gonna jump out the window with this. Too tough. I'm gonna watch it play itself out. You know what I'm saying? And see where it goes from this point on. But I have been noticing that. And You know, his percentage is whack right now, but the effort is still there. So I'm not concerned. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Right.
looking at his tight ends.
Right. I hear you. Um, I am not overly concerned. It's something I noticed, and I wanted to bring it up. But what the reason why I want to bring it up is because of the fact that, well, two reasons. One, a lot of Knicks were jumping out the window early this season because Dante had been playing incredible, right? He's been playing the best he's ever played in his career. And I want that to kind of be understood once again, because I think sometimes it gets glossed over. Dante DiVincenzo has been in the league since 2018, 2019. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, right? So, and in those 6 years, he has never shot at the level that was shooting with the Knicks on any of those seasons. Like at one point, he was shooting like 48, 49% from the field. He was shooting 50% from three. Of course, it calmed down a little bit, but still, those numbers, he was still shooting high. Like he was shooting in the high 40s on both. And he never done that in his career. And so when we were talking about different things earlier in the season, like people were like, well, why do we need DeJounte Murray? Why do we need Donovan Mitchell? I mean, we're getting the same production, same level and efficiency from Dante DiVincenzo. Once again, real life tells you that Dante's going to come back down to earth. He still could be playing well and still at a high level and shooting high, but just that level was incredible. I mean, it's not easy to shoot 48, 50% from three. Like it started to drop down and get a little bit more normal, right? So currently, he's currently shooting 43.7% from the field, which is a little under the norm, but that's fine. He really kind of stays around that level anyway. He never shoots, incredible from the field. He's shooting 39.9% from three, which is good, around 40%. Nothing wrong with that. The only reason why, like I said, I bring it up is because if you just look at his splits right now in March, he is shooting 35% from the field and he's shooting 32% from three. So his numbers are dipping in March more than they have all season. So just something to pay attention to. He does look very tired out there, but the other reason why I wanted to bring it up is because really, like, we got Brunson who's 1A, but there's no 1B or a 2 outside of Dante. So if Dante's not giving us the points, then it becomes an issue. This is like how you start to lose games, you know what I mean? Because you're just not getting enough from somewhere. And Dante has to carry that load until Julius comes back or until OG maybe steps up and gives us a little bit more. But right now, I mean, it's needed. So I just wanted to bring that up just so we think about it. And also so people understand that if Dante takes a dip, it's natural because he's never played this well. Two, you know what I mean? It's still early, but he is tired. He has been playing a lot of basketball. This is the most basketball as far as minutes played that consistently that Dante has played in his NBA career. So just stuff to keep in mind. Has he started before? Yes, but it was different. Here he's starting and playing tons and tons of minutes because we've been so hurt. It's been very different. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
When he was in Golden State, he at least had a brace and a safety net with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, where he didn't have to play that many minutes. But that's here, true. Because it seems like this team gets injured almost 24/7, the burden is on him. I said it seems, Corey. It's not legit that the team gets injured almost every damn game.
Well, the good thing too is we are starting to get healthier once again. And even OG being back is going to help Dante. It's going to give him a little bit of rest, and he's going to start to find his shot again. I'm not worried about him. I like his game and his makeup. I think, maybe sometimes he overreacts out there when he gets a little passionate. you want to hear my take that people, Knicks fans, are already probably not going to like. I think he overreacted with the in the Philly game with Oubre. I don't think Oubre really did much to him. I think Dante just didn't like the fact that Oubre was standing over him. He was trying to get up and he grabbed his leg, and I think it was a little bit blown out of proportion. I've seen other things happen to Dante where he got mad and nothing happened, and not on his part, but like the refs didn't see it, and that was fair. I think the Oubre thing was a little blown up. I don't think it was that crazy. He made it worse. But anyway, whatever. That's just my take on that. Just say.
I liked it. I don't care.
No, I like the fact that he's feisty and he's spunky. And what I really liked about it, forget what Dante did. I liked when Hartenstein came over because we don't got that on the team anymore. I mean, maybe Julius might do it if he was out there, but we outside of that, we don't got that on the team. Even Hart, who is a tough guy, and I just think that Hart tries to stay out of situation. Like when it's not him, I think he has a more level head mind, and he's not. But when it's him, he goes crazy. So I just, it is what it is. It was nice to see though, and it showed a little spunk. I really like it for the fact that I got to see Hartenstein come over and push this dude down to the ground, and so it lets the other people know that Hartenstein will step up for his players. Our bigs are not. I don't think our bigs are weak. I don't know if I've seen Mitch do something like that yet, but it's still whatever.
I first of all, I think people know better not to try Mitch like that. That's one, and two, I think Precious got a little like silent assassin, like tough guy in him as well. I liked it. I don't care. I like anytime we step up and be like, nah, come on, try me. Because Kelly, Kelly Oubre.
Oh no, yeah.
He's that type of kid that
he's a poke the bear.
Yeah,
exactly. He's a poke the bear dude.
Slight antagonistic.
Yeah.
So you gotta always slap him around, put him back in place, let him know real quick. But Hartenstein, speaking of, he showed us that last year when Bam tried.
Right. Yeah.
When Bam tried Randle.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
That's a fact.
And this ain't going down.
Yeah, that's a good point. He did do that. Yeah, Hartenstein's that's a tough one, man. It's gonna be a sad moment. There's gonna be some Knicks fans out there ready to shed a tear when Hartenstein walks, man. It's gonna be tough.
Hey, man. Let me tell you something. Don't be surprised if he stays.
I would love it if he does, bro.
Let me tell you something. I mentioned this the other day, talking Phil Heck and Jigga and as well as Eddie. Us Knicks fans, we constantly standing here, especially this year, been pitting these two against each other. Number one, they're very good friends. Personally, they're very good friends. Two, which makes this more important, Hartenstein, what I'm saying? Not every basketball player's quest is to get the most money. You know what I'm saying? Some of them. Some people come from money. You understand what I'm saying? Hartenstein's dad was a professional over in Europe. So the young man's never been what we call broke. Broke. You know what I'm saying? United States, inner city broke. You know what I'm saying? So right. I don't think he's really trying to chase a check. This is just my theory. I think he's more so worried about winning, and him and Mitch complement each other. What one can't do, the other one does. So spending $30 million on a center wouldn't be that bad, considering what Minnesota spends. And they got like $90 million wrapped up in three guys.
Yeah, Cat, Edwards, and who's the third one?
Nas. No, not Nas Reed. It's not. I mean, whatever. The power forward / center comes off the bench, and then they got Gobert.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So us spending $30 million on two guys, and the salary cap goes up next year too. Come on, man. Leon know how to stretch some pennies.
Well, the only thing is, Could they do it? Yes. But it's the whole the weird thing is that the Knicks somehow have to find the this is what the problem is. The Knicks are trying to be at a point where they're flexible and they don't tie up all of the money now with these guys, and then when it's time to re-sign Julius or Brunson, not have the money. Like you can go over the cap, right? But then you get heavy into the luxury tax and all that stuff. But remember, if the Knicks give, say the Knicks give Precious his money, and they give Hartenstein his money, and they give OG his money, fine, no problem. We could sign them. They could be on the team. Then we're at the point where we're over the cap currently. Then when it comes time for Brunson and for Randle to re-up, can we sign them again? Yes, we can re-up and extend them. But we can't add anybody to the team, like nobody, because we're already over the cap. There's no flexibility. So anybody that walks, the only way we can add somebody to the team is if we can make a trade. We can't sign no free agents, no waiver pickups, nothing. We would be dead in the water when it comes to that stuff. And so that the Knicks are trying to do it so that they have some flexibility, that they can bring people back on the team, add missing pieces that they need to, if they have a little money to play with. And then once they know what their team is, when they got the dependable guys that they've got, whoever they want to keep, then they could go over the cap and keep these guys. But you kind of got to get these guys in first that you want to add before you do that, because once you extend people, you're done. That's where it is. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So
I get that part, but the part that listen, God willing, we bring a championship home this year. Do you know James Dolan would not mind? He'd break the bank.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that listen, that's the best case scenario, Corey. If we were able to win a championship this year, one, there's no need to go out there searching for somebody else because you got a team that won a championship. So run it back, and two, even if it's the case where you run it back and you can't really do anything next year, and you have to add something the following year, something like that, you pay the people that were here to help you, that help bring the championship in. I mean, that's enough. Like the Knicks fans would love it just to be able to have a championship. We haven't seen it in such a long time. So that's a win right there, no matter what. So I hear you. I hear you. So let me do this real quick, guys. I just wanted to show a little love to people because last Saturday, with everything that was going on, show was busy and just running the show. I wanted to show some love to a couple people that showed me love, and they bought us a coffee here, and I just didn't have a chance to get it up. Pause, and put it on the screen, and show them love for looking out. So let me just do this real quick, and put this out there for them. Boom. Okay, but hopefully the tonight's game is going to be one that's great. We're going to get into the preview of the Knicks versus the Kings. This ain't going to be that easy, guys. I know some we
for whatever reason, it's almost impossible for us to win the Golden One Center.
Oh yeah.
And
I think sometimes I was just gonna say, I think sometimes we overlook Sacramento.
Well, and I think it's just that the atmosphere of the Golden One, for whatever reason, seems to take us out of our element, and we get our butts handed to us.
Yeah, you ain't lying, bro.
I don't know what it is about that building, but since at least the 12-13 season, or even beyond, or even just a little after that, I think the Knicks have only won in that building like once or twice.
You know what? I think you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. We struggle. Historically, we used to struggle all the time when we used to go on the West Coast. We got a little better. We've had some nice successes against like Denver and Golden State here and there. But we have struggled in the past against these West Coast teams. All right, so let me get this off the screen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted I wanted to do one thing real quick. Obviously, oh, bless you, brother. Obviously, if anybody wants to support the show, by all means, you are welcome to. We appreciate it. You know, you can always no problem. You could always buy us a coffee. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for supporting Still Knicks fans and everything that's going on. I'll put the link in the chat just in case, so it's out there. Buy me a coffee. There it is. This is what it looks like. So you can click this link if this is something you want to do and support the show. You know, definitely appreciate it. But let me shout out two people that bought us a coffee last week. Shout out to Will Salkin. Appreciate you. Thank you. See, this was on March 9th. Salute, Ron. Happy. Thank you, Will, as always. Appreciate you. Sorry I couldn't get to this on time when it was happening, but nevertheless, I don't forget. So thank you once again for supporting the show. And also shout out to my guy, Louisiana Knicks. He also bought a coffee on March 9th. He said, salute to you, Ron. Love the content. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you as always. And shout out to all those who support the show, whether it just be, tuning in, smashing that like button, subscribing if you haven't already done so. Appreciate you. And those are if you do super chats or buy coffees, whatever. Thank you for everything that you do to support us here. All right. Get that off the screen. And let me just say shout out to Corey. Corey, anything you wanted to say before I know you got to run. Oh wait, maybe not. I don't know. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, you good. So anything you wanted to say? Because I see you got to run.
Yeah. I gotta. I got a date with my 5-year-old, so I can't break that.
Mm-hmm. I hear that, player.
So yeah, we just came from karate, so I was like, give me some me time real quick, so I can hang out with them.
I got you. So I mean, before you get out of it, what's your thoughts on tonight's game?
Tonight, I'm not worried. I think tonight, I think it's gonna be. We're gonna open. You're gonna start seeing some more things. Our defense is gonna get a little bit better. I think DiVincenzo is gonna probably come out as a little funk tonight. We'll have a solid game, and I'm excited to see the matchup between Jalen Brunson and De'Aaron Fox. See how they duel it out. And I'm not worried about nothing else. Sabonis, nobody else.
De'Aaron Fox,
I'm not worried about it.
Will be a tough matchup, but I think the sleeper piece for Sacramento is Monk. I mean, sure, he didn't do well when he was here in Charlotte, for my area. But then again, what can you do with this crap heap of a team? And I'm referring to the Hornets.
Well, Mets Monk is actually always an X factor when it comes to playing the Knicks because he doesn't. Well, he loves to light the Knicks up because the Knicks passed on him. You remember he came in and had a good workout, and he thought the Knicks were going to draft him, and we didn't.
Blame that on Jackson, that idiot that he was.
Who was it?
I'm going to say one thing real quick.
Like that for a French twerp because he can play the triangle. F the triangle, Jackson. You're the reason this team had to rebuild for the better part of the last 7 years because you were so committed to your tunnel vision of building the team through that damn antiquated metric.
Well, he didn't want to be here. He you know what I'm saying? He voluntarily stole. He voluntarily stole. Hold a second, man. He voluntarily stole old boy's money, which he was like, here, take it, go. He was like, all right, and that's just what it is. I don't care about Phil Jackson no more. I don't care about nothing. Any of that, that's gone. I don't think about it no more. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Malik Monk, he's a streak shooter. As long as he stays cold, he doesn't get hot, we're good. You know what I'm saying? We shut him down early, get him frustrated, we'll be all right. About tonight.
I like it.
With that said, I gotta go, fellas. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Mets. I'll try. My ear's still gonna be open, so I'll be listening. I'll be in the chat, and I'll get at y'all. All right, y'all enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay.
Peace.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a good day, man.
All right. See you in the morning, Ron.
All right, brother. So
In the chat.
let's see here. I got you. So let's see here. Allah Wise had said before. Oh, we was talking about Mitch if he's tough and can. He had mentioned that Mitch punked Mook and his brother 2 different times. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I still say that Mitch at this point has got to be careful because he's on the fringe of being a glass cannon.
Yeah, I mean Mitch is definitely, man, like he's. It's a shame, man, because Mitch was playing the best basketball he has ever played in his young Knick career, and to watch him get hurt after the way he was playing, it really stunk.
But then again, he's been getting hurt. I mean, from the day we got him, what was he? 37th draft pick in the 18 draft. And he gets hurt year after year after year. The chip damage is piling up. If he doesn't come back soon and stay healthy for the playoff run, it basically you slap that glass cannon label on him.
True. Well, I mean, but listen, if that's the case, then the Knicks will have a decision to make in the offseason or going forward, whether they can retain Mitch and keep him here, or they have to figure out a way to offload him somewhere. But we'll see what happens, man. I think he definitely deserves a chance to see if he can stay healthy. He was a big catalyst for our success against Cleveland in the first round of the playoffs last year. Not so much against Miami, but it was a little different. So we'll see what happens. Shout out to Dripmore in the building. Salute. He said, what's good? Dripmore, the preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community, is in the building. Let's go. What's going on, Dripmore? Big Chino's in the building. He says Stein ain't walking. I hope you're right, bro. I hope you're right. Appreciate you.
Mike Brown, not uneasy. As far as coaching goes, Mike Young, about a decade or so younger, but he's still one tough nut for Tibs to try to crack.
Mm-hmm. So, and Big Chino said Leon gonna hit him with that under the table bag. I hear you. We'll see. Once again, I just want to give a quick shout out to everybody who may be tuned in. We got 112 people here on YouTube right now. Thank you for tuning in and rocking with us. We've got 24 people watching on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Appreciate y'all. And then we got people on Facebook watching. Please show your love and support the show. If you want, you can come on over to YouTube and watch from here, or continue watching where you're at. But whoever's here, please smash that like button for the show and get those likes up, because that's what the YouTube algorithm likes to see. That's how they know we ripping and rolling. You know what I mean? We out here doing some things. So please support the show. Hit that like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe.
I even completely forgot that Mike Brown was the guy who mentored LeBron during his early days.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. He was on that team. Stafford Don says that I will send you an article with Bobby Marks saying we can keep Hartenstein. Yeah, no, I don't doubt it. I mean, there's definitely a road to keeping him. It's just the Knicks have to really figure out
what that road is.
Correct. And remember, you could right now, I don't think there's a way that the Knicks, like I said, if they want to do what we were talking about doing, if they want to have some level of flexibility, can you re-sign OG, keep Hartenstein and Precious? That's the thing. Like, I mean, they can definitely keep some of this, but can they keep all 3? I don't know.
If they can't, it's either one or two of them have to fall to the wayside. And unfortunately, the one that sticks out like the sore thumb, in my view, it's Hartenstein.
Right. I think what's going to happen, sometimes things work themselves out naturally, guys. I think Mitch will determine what happens. If Mitch can come back and play some regular season games and then play into the playoffs and play effectively, or at least to the point where they feel it's effective enough, then they will decide whether they let Hartenstein walk or not. Or Say Mitch comes back and he's ineffective, even after having a good amount of time to kind of get acclimated. If he looks ineffective, or if he gets hurt again, the Knicks may say, you know what, we got to find a way to keep Hartenstein, and let's move off of Mitch. They may eat the money and then trade, put Mitch in a package to get that other type of star player they want to bring in. It's a wait and see, man. We got to see how it all plays out. I just want to say once again that it's still a scary proposition, guys, because remember, regardless of what he looks like, Hartenstein is still playing on a bum Achilles, and that's tough.
An Achilles had plagued him his entire career, even from his college days in Germany.
That's a very scary scenario. Can you imagine? We already seen the devastation that happens when you pop an Achilles, knock on wood, for anybody who's not dealing with chronic issues with an Achilles. Imagine someone with chronic issues with the Achilles. Like that's a ticking time bomb right there. I don't know, man. Whatever. Then it's tough. Nothing can be perfect for the Knicks. Margaret Edwards says the Knicks have to sign Precious and OG. I kind of agree with that. I think that's probably the best way to go. OG definitely, but Precious, I just think the money will be cheaper and then just the easier road to doing it. And he's for the amount of money he would get paid, even if we gave him extra money, he's still value. He puts value out there for his size and what he does. I don't know. We'll see. Travel Vibes is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you, Travel Vibes. Ivory 10 is here. What's good? Appreciate you. Salute, Knicks fan. Every good team is strapped like that, though, Stella. Jay from PR is in the building. Salute. He said, iHeart's not getting the big money. You might be right, bro. You might be right. It's just a little bit tricky. John 17 is in the building. He says, is OG playing? And yeah, he's playing. He just said he's going to have to play hurt, but he's supposed to be playing. My guy, Sam Grandison, is in the building. What up, Sam? Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I think I just gave you one. You got it, brother. Shout out to John 17. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here and rocking, bro. TV says, like what you're doing, brother. I think he was trying to say keep it going. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, no jinx. Let me knock on wood again. Cut that out. Did I say what's up to him? I don't know if I did. D Coolest is in the building. Salute, D Coolest. Appreciate. Oh no, there he is. Yeah. Salute, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing good. D Coolest said OG is a game time decision. My bet is he playing. Yeah, I know. That's what they said. I think he's playing. I'm not even concerned about it. Cully is in the building. What's good, Cully? He said, Fox is my concern. Gotta slow him down. Yes, 100%.
I still think Monk is the bigger threat. I mean, Fox, yeah, he can go 24/7 when he wants, all the time. I'm not going to deny that about De'Aaron Fox. That was another piece the Knicks passed up on in that draft. After we got Ntilikina in. But Monk is the one that frightens me more, as far as I see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to me, I'm kind of with you on that because Monk can light us up, and he has lit us up in the past multiple times. We've lost. Remember when he was on the Lakers? We lost the game to that Lakers game. This was 2 years ago, I believe. Whatever.
Yeah,
I know,
January
but
22, which was my first basketball game call.
Oh, wow. We were up 20 plus points against the Lake Show, and the Lake Show cut that lead. Monk lit us up. We lost the game
in overtime. Mostly because this is one of the first signs that that Tin Man's tunnel vision was rearing its ugly head in terms of inability to adapt and cover Monk.
I was really upset about that game because, that was a point where Tibs really didn't have a lot of faith in some of the young players. In particular, Deuce was sitting on the bench. No one could stop Monk. And I'm like, you got Deuce sitting on the bench. You can't even just throw Deuce out there and see if he can slow him down. I was upset about that game. That was one of those I was really upset about.
I mean, another game that pissed me off that year was the game we lost in overtime in Minnesota. The fact that Noel, and Mitch fouled out. He brings Randle in, and then he fouls out. He never bothered to put Sims in. He has a fresh set of legs.
Yeah.
We needed someone who was clean of fouls, and he chooses to play small ball with Randle instead of going to Sims.
Mm-hmm. You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong, Mets. Shout out to Freeman48. What's good? What up, y'all? He says, shout out to Nick Jr. 79 in the building. Salute. What's good? I hope you're doing well. E. Gibson is in the building. Salute, E. Gibson. He says, I see value and upside. It would be a positive to re-sign Precious. He has been a surprise for us. Yes, he has. He's been precious. See what I did there? He has been great. I definitely enjoy what I've been seeing so far from him.
Shrinking him down to the size of a ring and then slipping him on your finger to turn invisible.
That's good. So let's do this. Let me get to the let me pull up the this game chart thing. We'll look at what the preview is looking like for the Knicks versus the Kings tonight. It's going to be a 10 o'clock start, guys. So it's a late one. I mean, it's Saturday, so everybody should be up watching it anyway. But it definitely will be a late one.
So we're not wearing those white uniforms tonight. I mean, I am really getting. It still pisses me off.
You know what? They probably will. They probably will. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, because Sacramento with the purples, I think they might.
They are.
Yeah, they probably are. Okay. Where are we? Okay, let me share the screen.
Only good things. Trey Lyles out with a knee injury, and that's a piece that the Kings could have used.
Yeah, Trey Lyles is dealing with MCL sprain. So yeah, he's out, and he's been like, I haven't followed Sacramento as much this year as I did last year because I was really surprised at how they played. So I was looking at them more. But yeah, he's been a big part of what they've had going on over there. So him being out may be a big thing, because Harrison Barnes, who can still play, he's still got up and down, but he's a little bit more up and down this year than he's been in the past. And so maybe it's a good thing that Trey Lyles is out. We'll see, but even with that, Sacramento still got a lot of firepower over there that you got to worry about. And Julius Randle's nemesis is going to be out there doing his thing.
Is Domantas Sabonis or Venus Sabonis' son?
He is.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes, he is. So looking at the game chart for these two teams and what they've been doing so far in the season up until this point, you guys can see Knicks average 112 points per game. Look how that dipped. That number was a lot higher before, but it's gone down. Sacramento Kings are at 118.4, as usual. West Coast team is. They always, they like scoring out there. 45.8 rebounds per game for the Knicks, 43.5 for Sacramento, 23.8 assists per game for the Knicks, which is a high mark for them. 28.8 for Sacramento. They moved the ball. 7.3 steals to 7.4. That's a wash. 4.1 blocks to 3.9. That's a wash. 12.4 turnovers to 12.7. That's a wash. And then you got Knicks shooting 46.1 from the field and Sacramento shooting 48.6%. That means they're an efficient team. We're shooting 36.3 from three. They're shooting 37. That's a wash, but nevertheless, 37% from three. They're a good shooting team. And then free throw is kind of surprising, though. To be a good shooting team, yeah, the Knicks are shooting 78% from the free throw line, and they're shooting 73.7. So that's kind of surprising. And then second chance points and stuff, all that good stuff. So points in the paint, Knicks are at 48.7. Sacramento's at 52.9. Second chance points, 16.3 for the Knicks, 14.2 for Sac. Fast break points, 14.8 for the Knicks and 13.8 for Sacramento. So
on paper,
I don't know, brother.
Seems fairly even.
Yeah. But in the categories that matter, Sacramento does have the edge, especially right now because they're technically a healthier team, even though we just got OG back, who is playing. He's going. I mean, if he plays tonight, he's going to play hurt. But he should be effective enough out there, because like we always talk about, his biggest asset is his defense, and that's huge. I mean, he can probably nullify, um, you know, if Monk is hot, he could probably play Monk. If the young kid, he's not a rookie. This is his second year. I forget his name now.
Murder.
Keegan Murray.
King Murray.
Yeah, Keegan Murray. He can definitely kind of help nullify that. I think Precious and Hartenstein can do a good job dealing with Sabonis. Uh, and so the only real issue here is De'Aaron Fox. Do we have enough to stop De'Aaron Fox? And I think with some type of combination of Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, and Deuce McBride, I think they'll have some stuff that they can use to slow him down. So yeah, I think I think the Knicks will be all right tonight. There definitely is a path to winning this game. There definitely is a path to winning. So let me shout out. Let me get this off the screen. Let me shout out my guy, 713 Gamer. Thanks once again. Appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. I appreciate you. He says, make sure y'all smash that like button. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Flame. Thank you, brother. And that's right. Yeah, make sure y'all smash that like button, man, if y'all haven't already done so. And if you don't know what it looks like, it looks a little something like this. Appreciate y'all, man. All right, so let me get this out of here. Thank you once again, Fliggity. Sam, and I got someone else backstage. I was asking about him. Look, he showed up. There he is. Sam Grandison, Knicks game while on flight should be a decent one. Believe Red Velvet Herder won't play either. Okay, that's good. You know, Red Velvet Herder. He's my guy, the redheaded assassin. Yeah. So that's good. Shout out to D Coolest. He said R.I.P. Nathan Barrett, RJ's brother. Yeah, man. I was talking about it yesterday on the wrap up show. It's such a shame, man. And then to find out he was even younger than I thought. I didn't know. I still don't know his age, but I mean he's definitely younger. I think he's in like junior high or like high school. Like oh man, that's so sad. So sad. Definitely condolences, prayers, and love to RJ Barrett and the entire Barrett family. Sorry to hear that.
What happened?
His younger brother Nathan passed away, but they didn't give the cause of death.
Holy crap!
Yeah, and he was very young, like super young, like either junior high school or just starting high school, something like that. Very young.
Damn.
Yeah.
I just hope that doesn't happen to my runt nephew, who's going to be heading to a school in Baltimore, or so because it has a hockey scholarship at any athletic program, and his goal is to get into the NHL.
Wow. Well, I wish your nephew the best, and once again, condolences to the Barrett family. Let me get my guy in here. Double A. What's up, good, my brother? I was asking about that. I was like, where's Double A?
How's it going, fellas?
All right.
Beautiful Saturday afternoon. See, it's going to be harder now because the weather's breaking, and we got this brand new swimming pool, so we're going to have to be like, so I'm going to have to juggle. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool, man. It's all good.
Yeah, you heard what Double A said. He said, we got this brand new swim. Man, I appreciate you, Double A. So anytime, you know what I
mean? Yeah. Go on. Right on down, babe. I know you got that private helicopter, jumbo jet.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The still Knicks fans jet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So how you fellas doing, man, on this beautiful Saturday afternoon? I wasn't too impressed with last game, man. It was a W, and I was glad about it. And I put myself on the line on the morning brew because I said they're gonna go 4-0 on this trip, and I still believe they're gonna go 4-0 on this trip, even if they skid by. Because let me tell you something: if it was a more experienced team than Portland, I think that would have been an L, Big Ron. just because of the way we shot. I mean, we shot terrible. You know, it was just some terrible shooting. You know, but we're glad we got to take the good with the bad, right? So W is better than the L all day. But what are we
Yeah.
gonna do with Sacramento?
This is going to be a true test because the one thing about the Portland game is like it kind of looks a little like fool's gold. Yeah, did we win convincingly? Yeah. Did they come back? So, and also I just want to point that out because there was some people saying, why is Tibs bringing the starters back in the game and why is this happening? Let me tell you something. Each time the Knicks put up a big lead, Portland was not like really going away. They started to kind of chip away, and they really didn't really have an answer for DeAndre Ayton. And each time we started to kind of pull away, they kept cutting it back to like 12 or 10. And I think Tibbs is just like, you know what? This is the type of game we got to kind of put up. We need these games. I got to put our foot on the gas. And I know this is not what I want. I don't want to play these guys, but they just keep chipping away. And it only takes a little bit for them to crack into single digits and go on a bigger run. They just kept coming back. I know this is one of those games. It was a little different, but yeah. And Portland, all they had was DeAndre Ayton and a bunch of these young kids that were playing. I mean, they got some. I gotta say, they got some good young guys, good young talent over there. And these are not even the guys that we think. Like the only notable guy was Scoot Henderson, but like their other young rookie kid, he was out. They have another young guy that we talk about. He was out. Anthony Simons wasn't there. Jeremy Grant wasn't there. Like, so I mean, and they were playing.
What they didn't realize is, they did have a couple of reputable players, in the game.
Yeah.
That guy, he's not much of an offensive because I didn't see the man get the ball and all the time he was on the court. I don't know about you. What's his name? Masaris Tillaboot. He's a guy with the afro,
Yeah.
He used to be on the Sixers, but he's a very, very, very good defender.
Matthias
Tybalt.
Yeah.
Tybalt. Yeah. I mean, he's up there in steals and all that other stuff. He's like, I mean, he was on the all defensive team, not too recently, and he landed with Portland, and man, he fits a role with them. I mean, the guy plays defense, so. And Ayton's playing ball. He got away from Phoenix, and now he's at a spot where I think he's more of a leadership role because I seen Scoot Henderson and these guys like going to him, and I seen him giving instructions and stuff. So it might be a good situation for him, man. Oh, Ayton, man, he's balling. I mean, he balled against us.
That's true.
So Fox is who worries me. Okay, because as you see in the last game, even with Anunoby, we had trouble shutting Scoot Henderson, keeping him from penetrating. I mean, they missed a lot of shots too, layups, stuff like that. But it's like we're having trouble stopping them from penetrating. We stop them penetrating, and with that combination of Sabonis and Fox, that's a recipe for disaster if we let them get going. But I hope, like I said, I still believe we're gonna come up with the W, Big Ron.
I'm with you. I feel good about it too, man. But it ain't gonna be easy. Like the Knicks gonna have to work. And that effort that they like, not the effort, but the way they played against Portland ain't gonna cut it. They're gonna have to step it up a little bit against Sacramento, or Sacramento is gonna run them out the gym. Shout out to my guy. I see a couple people real quick. Let me shout out AP in the building. Salute AP. Appreciate you. He said, hold on. Was there something earlier that I missed? No, I don't think so. Hold on. Let me go back to it. AP says, because the Knicks are capable of blowing leads. Oh, with regards to why he had to continue to put the starters back in there. Each game is massive in the standings. Yes, facts. He also said we need each game on this trip because Orlando is coming. They have an easier schedule. Pacers are close. That's true too. That is true. Shout out to David Smith as well. Salute, brother. Sam Grandison said, "Yeah, Burks is washed. I forgive Milton his minutes at this point." Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look that great. I will say that. It does not.
I think he's pressing so bad that he's not just letting himself go, man. You know, he plays
Yeah.
slow. Come on, the guy don't suck, man. He was balling right up to the time that he was traded to us. He won a game for them, didn't he? Against
He did.
Toronto, he won a game for them. I mean,
He's
shooting
won a
5 for
couple for
6.
them,
Yeah.
actually.
I mean, he went like 5 for 6 in the fourth quarter because that's what he used to do for us. He used to score like crazy in the fourth quarter for us. But I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what's going on with Burks, bro. But I think it's going to make it easier for Tibs if Randle comes back to cut that rotation down to 9 the way he likes it. You know,
Right.
but if Burks was balling, it would have been kind of hard to justify cutting it. But now he's Tips can be Tips.
Yep. That's true. Yeah, man, we got let me see, we got over 120 people watching on all platforms. Please continue to support the show if you can, especially the people who are watching on YouTube. Please smash that like button. I see currently we've got 52 likes, guys. So please, if you haven't already smashed that like button, please smash that like button. You know, the question I get, this is always a behind the scenes question that as a content creator, when you have so many fellow content creator friends, the question behind the scenes is always, why do we always have to tell people to smash the like button? If you're already a fan of the show and you like what you're watching, why not just smash the like button?
Yeah,
and I think it's because when people come in, you know the show's going to come on. And if you like the show, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here and rocking. You just tune in, you start listening, you go with the flow. You don't think about anything else. So all I'm saying is, guys, to make it easier for yourselves, when you come into the show, just hit the like button.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Just hit it. So the
It's
first
like
thing you do,
checking in.
smash.
It's like checking in.
Yeah.
You're checking in.
Yeah, like think if you go into work and you're punching and hitting that clock. You know what I mean? Hit that like button on your way in, so that way you don't even have to think about it. I appreciate it if you can. Yeah, because I know people get caught up and you forget. Plus, if you're working, you turn the show on, you're listening, but so it's kind of tough to kind of go back and forth with it. But if you come in the first time you put the show on, just hit that like button right then and there, and then you count it, and you definitely will benefit the content creators, because as content creators, the most important thing we can do, obviously, is the subscriptions as well. But YouTube don't care about the subscriptions. YouTube cares about the views and the likes. So that is going to help us stay in the algorithm. It's going to allow us to pop up on people's screens. Then you type in Knicks, and maybe my show comes up, and so people know, hey, there's a podcast that they can tune into and check us out. All right, that's a long story, but you get it. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for supporting as always. And I want to do this real quick. I see Parrish Duggar just popped in with a super chat, but before I get to that, Louisiana Knicks, I appreciate you, my brother. You weren't here maybe about 10 minutes ago, right before you came in. I did this. I said, shout out to my guy Louisiana Knicks for the generous contribution, buying us a coffee last week. And I failed to get to it because I didn't see it when it popped up. And he said, thank you, salute Ron and love the content. And I appreciate you, Louisiana Knicks. Thank you so much for doing that. So I just wanted to give you an acknowledgement because I see you in the chat, and I don't know if you saw that. So I just wanted to acknowledge you real quick. So now let me get that off the screen. That being said, let me get to Parrish in his super chat. Parrish, thank you for the generous super chat as always. He said, gotta love my spoiled Knicks family who believe in style point wins. Winning is winning. OG and Brunson are 15-1 when they play together. Enough said.
15-2, ain't it?
15-2. Yeah. But yeah, you on the right point. You're on the right wavelength. 15-2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hell of a run.
No doubt, but I'm just saying winning is not winning. You develop bad habits. And
well, you know what? Hold on.
Knicks have, and one of the bad habits the Knicks have, Big Ron, is they play down to the competition. Because if you notice, games against the Celtics and Sixers, woo, 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 they up. Except for that last Sixers game where they were missing Embiid. I felt like they didn't feel like they had to work. But then they took care of business the next game. The Knicks play to the competition, and they've been doing that now for a while. And if you look, like a game tonight will be super, super competitive. And I mean, if they win, they're going to win big. Believe me, it ain't going to be no close game because that's how they've been doing. They've been losing or barely beating the so-so teams, but crushing the big teams, So let's see what happens. But a win ain't a win, Duggar. Come on, man.
The constant paradox with this team, the way I see it. I mean, Double A is right on that. I mean, considering how even in most aspects we are with Sacramento, we should play them on a level that's comparable to our own. And then after that, we got Golden State, a team that's lower than us in the packing order, and is playing a key matchup tonight against Los Angeles, even though we're pretty certain both those teams are going to face each other in the play-in tournament anyway. But are the Knicks going to play down to the current level of the Golden State Warriors? That's the thing that concerns me about that game. Especially when last time we were chucking hero balls out of the box and had to claw our way back, got within 4, and then Tibs made a bad substitution that did us in.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair point.
And then there's Denver to wrap up this thing. Mile High City, like Sacramento, not a place we've done well in recent years. We got a lucky win last year. We were over the Nuggets. It's at the Ball Arena. And this is a Nuggets team that this year is proving that trying to prove that last year's title run was not a fluke. They're not as durable as they were last season, but they're still, they're fighting with Oklahoma City and Minnesota over the top spot in the West. But they're still a legit tough team that most people don't want to mess with.
True. And the other thing too, Mets, is don't forget when we played Denver, they're waiting for us. Last time we played Denver, we smoked them by 30 plus points. So they had wasn't it? I thought it was over 30. Oh, maybe it finished.
Or it's 28.
Right. So it finished with 28 because at one point we were beating them by over 30. So okay. All right. But yeah, I mean, still 28 points to the reigning champion team. That's still it's enough for them to say, okay, all right, we'll see you next time. And believe me, they're ready to see us. So watch that game, guys. Watch how Denver comes out.
Sometimes, no matter how good you are, Big Ron, a team will have your number.
Right.
It's
True.
the same way if you're a pitcher in the major league. Sometimes it's just a hitter that he just got your number, no matter what. I forget some pitcher that had some batter had an incredible home run record against this Cy Young winning pitcher. It's something like 10 out of 19 at bats, they had home runs or something, and it's incredible. It's just, like I said, some teams just have your number. And I think we had Denver's number. We match up pretty well with them. Our centers are mobile, so they can stay with Jokic. Our centers are good rebounders. We play really good defense, so that limits his passing a little bit. And I think that Murray. I mean, with the addition of Anunoby, and we got Hart. I think we got enough to keep him in check too. So at this point, I think with this lineup, Ron, the only team that beats us is the Knicks if we play our game.
Well, I hear you on that. I definitely think that's the case.
If we play our game. That's if we play our game, right?
I ain't gonna lie to you,
man. Hitting our shots. It's just it looks so good, bro.
There's still a team I worry about. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You know what team that is?
Do they
wear green, bro. Listen, y'all can say what y'all want. We know we hate them, but when it comes to ball, they are balling.
Oh,
so
no doubt.
No doubt. In front of that basket.
Anybody that denies that Boston is a powerhouse is not being real.
And with how they've been playing, and with how the season been playing, I mean, 52-14 with 16 to go. This is the top dog favorite squad to win it all this year. Last year, it was rather debatable between the Bucks and the Nuggets, and ultimately the Nuggets came out on top.
Right.
Mostly because the Bucks ended up getting battered near the end of the year. And they couldn't finish off Miami.
Yeah. Oh, and I wanted to let me clarify something because I think both myself and Double A weren't thinking. When we saw it, we were just thinking one thing, but technically it's different because I didn't think about that. So Paris said that Brunson and OG are 15-1 when they play together. All I thought about, and I think Double A thought about it too, is that we were in January, we went 15-2, but it's when OG and Brunson were on the court together. Now, in one of those
Yeah,
games, Brunson might not have played.
Was it against
So
Orlando? I think it was
yeah,
against
yeah.
Orlando.
So
Yeah,
technically,
that was
you're
a
right,
huge
Parrish.
play.
My
You're
bad.
right, Parrish. You're right,
Yeah,
Parrish.
you got it. You Paris be on it, man. Like, yo, you see, I put that super chat up. You know,
But
I
you're
know my
still,
stuff.
but you're still wrong. You're still wrong about winning is winning. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, you know,
Winning and winning.
that's subjective. That's
Right.
different, Parrish. I don't know. Shout out to AP. He said if the two Detroit guys don't work out, that's 29 million off the cap. So it's a win-win.
No, Bogey
Well,
has an extra year,
yes.
don't he?
Yes and no, because Bogey has an extra year on his contract. Burks is a free agent.
We can chuck him at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's not coming back. But Bogey has an extra year, and they definitely want to probably use Bogey and his money towards getting someone else. If that's if they're looking for someone else, that money would be helpful. So we'll see. But the other thing about it is just I don't think it doesn't seem like it right now, but the Knicks got Burks and Bogdanovich because they needed some extra scoring off the bench because just we need that in general. We're winning and doing stuff despite of it, but let's not forget, people have been kind of flipping out about Bogdanovich because he's been struggling as of late. He's already had 2 or 3 games of 20 plus points. So it's not like he hasn't been here and done anything. He's just not doing it at the consistent level that we'd like him to do. So
and
yeah,
Burks has only had one or two at most where he scored at least 10 or more. But even then, his shot has been a lot sloppier than Boj.
Oh yeah. Well, we
out.
We don't have to get back into Burks and his numbers. We looked at it earlier.
I know. It's
putrid. It's putrid.
I'm just
bad.
I mean, imagine if we had shipped Grimes and Fournier out to Atlanta for the other Bogdanovich, Little Bogey.
Little Bogey, I like Little Bogey too,
though. Yeah, Little Bogey got that killer look,
Yeah, he's a monster.
He wants to get you. He wants to get you. That would be a perfect piece. This is the question I got for you guys. With all this star talk and all the Knicks are waiting for the big one. I really don't think where is this big one going to play unless you're planning to take DiVincenzo out of the starting lineup, which to me doesn't make no sense. Because look, OG said, and when he was with Toronto, what's going to attract him in free agency is the ability to be more involved in the offense. If we bring a star, we sign an additional star to Brunson, OG, Randle. It's going to be a mess, because you're going to have somebody that's going to have, exactly. But what I'm thinking is, look, we have a good thing with what we got going now. If you look at it, if Randle comes back full health, if Mitch comes back full health, we got Mitch and Isaiah at center. We got OG at small forward. Okay, we got Randle at power forward. We got Brunson at shooting guard and DiVincenzo small forward. So who goes? Unless you're planning to move DiVincenzo to the bench and, like I said, bring somebody in at shooting guard. But I think the way we're set up now is perfect because if need be, DiVincenzo can take more shots and be a more high volume scorer and shooter if we need him to be. But right now, with them guys with Randle coming back and OG and Brunson, I think we good enough. You know what I'm saying? And then you look at for the bench we got Hart. Hart's a solid. Precious. I mean, we got to bring Precious back. I mean, he's just a must because Randle is getting at that age where we're used to him playing Iron Man, playing 80, 81 games, 82 games, but he ain't that no more. Especially with an injury like that. He ain't that no, and he's been that way the last couple of years. He's gotten hurt and nicked up. Around at the end of the year, and nothing would hurt to have a guy like Achua backing him up. That you ain't got to stress him so hard, man, and that's going to make him more durable.
I want to address something that was left by one guy who said Marbury much better at passing. He was nasty in his younger days. I'm going to say this. That may be true, but once he got to the Knicks, he became more and more of a ball hog as the years went on, to the point where Larry Brown and him were constantly butting heads in 05-06, and when Isaiah Thomas took over in 06-07, He never recovered, and they shipped him out to China.
I mean, I can't argue with that. There's something in there that there's some real in there. There's some real in there. Now, I will say that Marbury got a little bit of a bad rap. I think he
clashed with D'Antoni. That's what happened.
Yeah, like they
had
didn't
bad
mix.
Because he started Duhan over him, man. That was you started Duhan over Marbury. Come on, I know you hate him and whatever. And you know what? Marbury did all that he asked in preseason, and he came in great shape, and he was hyped, about the up-tempo offense. But homeboy went with Duhan.
Yeah.
But like I said, what do you guys think about this adding? If they're going to do that, or they're going to stay the way they are with the way our team is constructed now. Like I said, in my opinion, we don't need to go star hunting. We just need to secure the players that we have and, maybe add a piece or two. But, I like where we're at without a superstar.
Also secure the pieces that we got. Where you sit, Ronnie?
So, wait, say that again? Sorry.
I also say secure the pieces that we got. No need
to
star hunt right now.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly look, if we can keep these guys, I want to keep them. I mean, I want to keep them.
Because you look at 20 years ago, we were constantly star hunting, and it bit us in the ass over and over and over again. Granted, I blame this more on Isaiah Thomas for wanting a team that can get a title quick. I mean, granted, I don't blame him. Blame him for the mindset. It's just the execution was atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
But, in my opinion, if you look at that team, Mets, they let Isaiah Thomas down. Eddie Curry let him down. The only one that I think held up his end was Jamal Crawford. But if you look at that team, man, there were some ballers on that team. Okay, they just didn't step up. Eddie Curry, that dude James, whatever. They had one good playoff season, and we signed them to a big contract. Remember that big center?
Oh, no, Double A. This is the wrong show. This is Know the Ledge, not Knicks and Bruises, not Jerome James.
Jerome James.
No.
Right. I mean, he had the right idea. I mean, we had Quinton Richardson. I mean, you really on paper, backcourt of Stephon Marbury, Quinton Richardson, and Jamal Crawford should ball, right? Because all individual teams before they came to the Knicks did work. But like I said, the only one that continued doing work was Jamal. We let him go. But I just think that was just a cause of people not balling, man. And,
I blame that on all those meaningless trade deals. Instead of building up to the draft to fix a bad team, Thomas was just going for name recognition, and it blew up in his face over and over and over again.
Yeah. Let me do a little quick housekeeping real quick, and we'll get back into it. Want to first off give a special shout out and thank you to my guy BX Jedi, my guy Kev. He gave us a coffee donation. He said, wanted to stop, say hi, happy Saturday. May the love and sports and Knicks be with you, showing love and inviting all to tonight's watch along. Come chat it up with all respect, love to Ron. Hit those likes, please. Thank you, my guy Kev. Appreciate you, brothers. As always, listen, if y'all haven't gone over and checked out the Sports Jedi Network, please do, man. BX, my guy BX Kev, does a fantastic job. He gives you there's so many different, things over there. He covers wrestling, covers the Knicks, he covers the Yankees, he covers the Rangers, I believe. He just so many different things over there. MMA, and then he does the watch alongs with the play-by-play when it comes to the Knicks, and he does a really good job of doing the play-by-play. He does a real play-by-play, goes every play and calls it. So shout out to my guy Kev, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for the donation, my brother. More coffee for me. All right. So now that being said, let me get to the rest of this little housekeeping I wanted to do real quick. Give me a second, guys. Where was I? Shout out to my brother Kareem Grant. What up, twin? How you been, brother? Man, I missed you, man. I Haven't seen you in person in a minute. I thought maybe you might show up to Legends for the Nick podcast and maybe to the game, but obviously I know if you couldn't make it, you couldn't make it. But haven't seen you in a minute. Hope you're doing well. You and the family are doing good, bro. C God is in the building. He said, keep Burks on the bench. Deuce should be getting those minutes. Well, yeah, and that's probably what's going to happen. Deuce is going to continue to get whatever Burks is giving up because Deuce is just playing better.
But then
he just
in
is.
the 9 slot, in my opinion, you pull the trigger and let Shake have a crack.
I mean, you can see if Shake can get out there and do something. We'll see. I don't know. I want to see it. I mean, give him a shot, man. He's got good height. He plays good defense. The offense may be slow to develop, but who knows? If he starts feeling good and confident out there, you may see some things. We'll see. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. He says salute to everyone. Shout out to the art man, formerly known as Steve. What's good, my brother? It was really dope once again seeing you in person last week on the show. Thank you for chopping it up with me. Thank you for the generous super chat once again. He said, problem with Burks and Bojan, they're now on a team with expectations, so their mistakes are now in 4K. In Detroit, it was easier to make mistakes and get comfortable. Every Knicks game is important. That's 100% facts, too. Like, you could do some stuff and make a couple bad plays, and, it's Detroit basketball. Everybody's playing bad over there. But then you do some good things and you're acknowledged. Here, we don't have time, and the margin of error for these bad plays does not work. I mean, wins and losses actually mean something right now. So we need guys to step up and try to play as close to their A game as possible. So that's a good point. Shout out to you, Art Man, formerly known as Steve. Thank you once again for the generous super chat, my brother. Ron Paris said, what too low? Oh, I think we cleared that up. Okay. Hector Gaston is in the building. He said, let's go Knicks. What's good, Hector? Appreciate you. Our guy Danny Landis is in the building. He said, good afternoon, Ron. Salute. And Bogey and I think is on the downside of his career. Age is catching up. It may be. Like, the other thing with Bogey, I think for Bogey, it's just the speed of the game with regards to the Knicks is a little bit like he just looks slower out there with the Knicks. Yeah. The Knicks are moving. Like Detroit was just going with the motions. With the Knicks, we're moving at a different pace.
Especially with Hart in the lineup, you see him run, he gets the ball and boom, he's out. And that's a plus because now the other team doesn't get a chance to set their defense and you have a better chance to score. So it's like a great advantage. That's what I'm saying, man. I know Randle's a beast, bro, but if he ain't better than 80%, all right, instead of him being on the floor hoisting 3-pointers, which we know he ain't good at, and nothing else, because he ain't going to help us, I'd rather go with Hart and Achua and move and play like we're playing now with OG and Hart in the starting lineup because, man, that looks good, bro. Defensively and the way they move, oh, man, it looks good. And like I said, the ball's moving, man, but the only thing, man, we were just bricking, man. We were 6 for 29 or something from threes. It was something ridiculous, but I like that the way they move, man. With with Hart and OG in the front court. But I mean, of course, if we get my man, it's just bruising, romping, stomping, settle, then yeah, man, we getting old Julius Randle back, of course. But if he's not, then don't push it, man. Don't push him.
Yeah. I hear you. And listen, when it comes to Bogdanovich, I think I said I typed it in the chat last night on Steph's show. The one thing that I think I find very interesting and I'm a little confused about is that like the Knicks haven't found a way to really get Bogdanovich comfortable yet. Like what he likes to do and incorporate him into the offense. That still hasn't happened yet. And it could be also attributed to like the Knicks are moving at a different speed than Bogdanovich, and he's got to learn how to catch up with what we got going on too. Mm-hmm. But I will say, you would think they'd have a way to incorporate him well because he came from
especially
Utah.
The way he shoots, bro.
Right, but he came from Utah, and Johnny Bryant came from Utah. So you would think Johnny Bryant would know how to get Bogey involved with the Knicks, and I still have. I'm like, what are we missing here? I'm like, why is this not happening? So I don't know. We'll see, man. Let me shout out this guy right here, this brethren. Don't let him fool you. Oh no! Yay!
What's up, Staffer?
Listen, I want Stafford to give his thoughts on Bogdanovich, but me and Stafford got to go back and forth for a little bit because Stafford's talking some stuff about me and being scared of Boston. I ain't scared of no Boston, brother. All I'm telling you,
the way you are on the
it sounded that way.
On the cashews, the way you're on the cashews.
Sounds
like
you're right, Staffer. You're right.
It sounds like it, bro. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something before Stafford gets his takes off. Let me tell you something. Y'all can be however y'all want to be. I'm gonna tell you right now. The Knicks with a healthy team can play with anybody. The difference is we have to get there. Boston is already there. And they just waiting to see who's going to step up to challenge them. But right now, they are there. They are 30-3 at home. Okay.
But why do you think so many number ones fall to number 8 in the playoffs? Because of the pressure, man. You know, it's the pressure.
I don't think. See, that's
that 8 seed ain't supposed to win. That 8 seed ain't supposed to win. So the pressure. That's why a lot of times you see an 8 seed knock off the first seed. You know.
I don't know, bro.
I
don't know about this year. I ain't saying this year. I ain't saying this year.
The whole 1 seed falling to an 8 seed thing has been at least in more so in basketball than hockey, because it's a little more of a common thing with hockey where the 8 seed topples the 1. More so in basketball than anything else, it's the old Athenian tragedy model. At some point, the top seed makes that Hallmarkian mistake. But they're loaded with so much hubris, there's no way to turn back, and ultimately bites them in the ass. We saw that with Milwaukee last year. We saw that with Miami in 1999 against us.
Well, listen, but real quick, I want to get
94.
Right. Well, I want to get over to Stafford to let him get his takes off. But I just want to say to that point, Mets, the only thing is when it comes to a 1 seed losing to an 8 seed, I mean, it definitely happens a lot, but it usually happens, like you said, in hockey or like college basketball. Those upsets and stuff happen with those teams. But when it comes to the NBA, if the Miami Heat were not a true 8 seed, you know what I mean?
That's why it's happening more.
Right. They just coasted into the 8. Yeah.
And this is why they did the play-in, because they had so many competitive teams that some teams were getting left out by half a game or something. So now it's compressed. So really, you got to battle, man. You know, you got to battle. It's no easy win. You know,
even with that, the perfect storm. You got a Miami team who obviously is better than an 8 seed, but they coasted and they kind of took their foot off the gas going into the end of the regular season. And then when they got to the playoffs, they turned it on. And then you got Milwaukee that was dealing with, an injury to their best player. And Miami kind of capitalized on that. Even though he came back and he played well when he was out there, even if he was still nursing an injury, but he missed 2 games in that series, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That matters. That matters.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me get over to Stafford. Stafford, go ahead, brother. Talk your talk, man.
What was the question?
Well, I was talking about Bogdanovich. Because Danny had said he thinks he's on the downside of his career and age is catching up with him. And I just wanted to say, I think that the speed of the Knicks may be a little faster for Bogdanovich right now than especially that he was used to with Detroit. And the other thing is, I don't know necessarily if the Knicks have a problem of sometimes getting players on this team and finding out how to best fit them in and use them correctly. So I think that's kind of a little bit of both is happening right now. But what's your thoughts?
Okay, when I see Bogey out on the floor, I feel like he doesn't look for his shot. He more looks to, like this past game here. I think he was more looking to pass the ball than shoot the ball, because I had a couple times where I seen he had a open shot and I think he should have taken it. But Ron, I think you're right. I think we don't have him comfortable yet as far as running certain sets for him because he's a catch and shoot guy, right? And he's not really acclimated and comfortable yet. So I still think that he can be an asset to us going down the playoff line. But I still think he's going to be situational just because of his lack of defensive awareness. But I like Bogey. Listen, you could be 35, but once you got a shot, your shotgun is going to be still wet. Look at Michael Jordan when he went to the Wizards. As old as he was, he still played, I think it was 82 games in his last Wizards season. And he was about Bogdanovich age, I think 35. So I don't think 35, the age is just a number. I just is finding your spots, getting familiar with the sets, and having Tom Thibodeau finding spaces in the offense for him so he could get off his shot. Now, what I noticed with Bogdanovich, he has a good mid-range shot. And I find that he should try, or either he or the coaching staff should try and run some type of screens for him or some type of pin downs where he could get his shot in the mid-range. Also, I saw him take a couple people to the hole. And I think he could take them to the hole where he could get fouled and he could get free throws. That way he could get in a rhythm. So I don't necessarily think he's a wash, Daniel Landis. I just feel like he just needs to be more acclimated onto the team and him finding his shot so he could be more comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I hear you on that, brother. I hear you on that.
No, I mean,
shout-
if you find an issue in that statement, I would really like you to go back and forth with me. You know what I mean? Don't just
Not
say
at
that.
all. I mean,
You
how
understand
can
what I
we?
mean? I need that feedback.
You preaching to the choir, babe. We
Nah, I
with
don't
you on
see
that.
anything
I
wrong
mean,
with it.
it's obvious what you're saying is true if you look at it because our offense right now, I think it's too much Jalen Brunson myself. 30 shots for a point guard, we can't win that way against the better teams. We just can't because you got to get everybody involved. You got to get OG involved. You got to get everybody involved as a point guard. Yeah, you're a shoot first scoring, high scoring point guard, but 30 shot attempts, that's a little bit extreme. You're gunning. You know what I mean? I know every once in a while you have one of them Michael Jordan games where you're going for 60 and whatever, but 30 shot attempts, man. That's and the thing is Brunson.
Oh, we lose double A?
Uh-oh.
Any set plays for
Oh,
these
there he
guys.
goes.
I mean, I don't see the picks. And Stafford was 100, Ryan. I mean, Bogey's a catch and shoot guy. And if you notice, most of the time he's getting the ball, he's flat footed. He's having to move or whatever. He's not just catching and releasing. He's having to drive to the basket or whatever. And in a way, some of it is what you said, Ron, the speed of the game, because Hart is getting that rebound and taking off.
Right.
And
Right.
double A
Deuces
too, you
pushing.
gotta understand too, they know he's a catch and shoot, so what they doing, they moving him off of his spots. So
Yeah.
he's very comfortable. So he's
Yeah.
very uncomfortable, sorry. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah, they're forcing him to put the ball on the floor,
Right,
and it's not like
exactly.
he can't do it, but it's just not as effective as him being able to catch
Right.
and shoot.
hmm
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I noticed a
Shout out
lot.
to
He's been shooting late in the shot clock too.
Oh yeah, that's true too. That is a good point. And obviously, when you have to shoot quick when the shot clock is at almost at the expiration, the shots are quicker. Sometimes your feet aren't set. It's like this just little things that it matters though.
But I said,
Shout
like you
out.
said, he had some 20-point games. I'm sorry, Ryan. He's had some
Oh yeah,
20-point games, and I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's going to be just fine. A little more time, I think he's just fine. But I don't
yeah.
see too many minutes for him in the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Shout out to the chat once again. And yes, Parrish, I did see your super chat. I'm just trying to go within the flow of the show because that super chat is going to bring me back into a previous topic, and so I want to kind of stay on topic. And listen, I'm trying my best to kind of keep things in some type of
Navigate.
semblance. You know what I mean? I'm trying,
He
man.
don't know, Ron. It ain't easy being the pilot and having to navigate everything. Trust me.
Yeah, sometimes because there's shows where I kind of the topics I go up and down. Like I'm like I don't know how we got here, but but
Right,
Mhm.
right.
I'm trying, I'm trying. So, but I'll get to it in 2 seconds. Let me say what a shout out to JJ in the building. Salute JJ, I appreciate you. Um, Someone had just said something. There was a point that I was just trying to get to. Hold on. Wait. Oh, Dwayne Dennis had said before, Mitch Robinson may need to tweak his game to keep him on the court more and healthy throughout an entire season, or possibly being labeled as expendable, find himself being moved in the offseason. Very true. Very true. I mean, it sucks, but maybe he's got to do something. Like, uh, as a Knick fan, we've seen Mitch play basketball that fits what we got going on, right? But we've never seen him play this well to start the game. He was out there getting steals. So at one point, he was averaging 4 steals a game. Then, he was top 10 in steals. Then continuing to give you the rebounds, the offensive rebounds, then being a defensive presence. Maybe he got to dial it back a little bit. I don't know. It stinks because like how do you not give your full effort? It's tough.
Right,
And it's
right.
not what Tibbs expects either. And the team needs you to go out there and play 100%. So I don't know. It's tough, man.
Let me say something about Mitch. And he say he may need to tweak his game. I don't think he need to tweak his game. What he need to do is improve on his free throws to stay on the court. That's what he needs to do.
That's a good point.
Because most of the times when you see Mitchell Robinson is off the court, it's probably the last 5 minutes going into the game because Mitchell Robinson is not a good free throw thrower. Now you see, if he could master that,
Mhm.
I wouldn't give a hoot if you don't want to look at the basket, you don't want to do a jump hook. As long as you could hit free throws that way you could be a dominant force on the rebound, on the defensive and the offensive rebound, I am good with that. People may have other suggestions for him, but that's just my take on Mitch. You improve your free throws, and I think everything will come in line.
Mhm.
A little hook shot, a little jump shot, however you want may put it. But Mitch has to improve on his free throws in order for him to be on the court. And yes, health is very much important. You have to stay healthy, Mitch. You know what I mean? Because Ron, I heard you said something earlier with Mitchell Robinson as far as probably moving him in the off season. But at the same time, they will want to see him with this team, with the OG, the Randles, the Bronsons, and the Devo to see how that team mesh. So
Right.
I don't think they may move him in the off season, but guess what? In my opinion, this is Mitch last straw this coming up brand new season. If he
Mm.
is not healthy and can't be able to stay on the floor, I do believe, and this is Stafford opinion, that he may get moved either trading deadline or in the off season. But I think in order for Mitch to improve, his free throws has to get better and he has to stay healthy.
And I think you know
Right.
what's going to help him with that stuff. I think what's going to help him with that is the addition of OG Anunoby. I think a lot of Mitchell Robinson's problems is having to be all over the court and covering for everybody. You know, a lot of people would get on Mitch because he didn't have a bunch of blocked shots. So they say, how can he be defensive player of the year? He don't block no shots. And the reason why is he's always covering. I mean, you see him all over the court, and that causes a lot for a big man. You know, you get leg injuries and twisted ankles and things like that. But I think the more with Anunoby now covering his man, that's one less man that Mitch has to, look out for. So He's going to be more able to be more in his space. And you're 100 about the free throws, man. Because come on, bro. You know, you get down to the end of the game. Sometimes the game is decided by free throws, so you can't have that liability on the court. I'm with you
and
100%.
and that's why you see people is in love with Hartenstein, because Hartenstein could shoot the free throws. You know what I mean? You imagine if it was the other way around. You know what I mean? Mitch will be more on the court. You know what I mean? So shout out to Mitch. Hope he gets better and soon come on the court, man, because we need the big fella.
But I
And we
like
get
the
a
two-headed monster. What do you think, Ron? I like the two-headed monster. I think it's very vital we keep Isaiah
the
because of
two-headed
Mitch.
monster is great, but it only really matters if we have somebody like a Precious and have Julius, because with those two-headed you just need to have the horses. And I would love to keep both of these guys, to be honest, but I don't know, man. It's just tough, man. We just in a situation, like, we just have to call it what it is. We got to let it play out and see what happens. But this is I'm telling y'all, man, this is a really bad situation. To have a guy with a tender Achilles is a bad situation. I don't care how much we like him.
Guess what?
It's
But
tough.
guess what, Rondo? That give us an edge. We don't have to pay him probably 16 or 17. Like, look, you're on an injury. We could give you 13 and a half, 14. He might forfeit. He might go somewhere else. But this puts the ball in our court also too. Like, yo, you're injury prone. You understand what not injury prone, but
There's definitely
you got something going on.
Yeah.
You got something going on with you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we're not trying to put I don't want to say those words, because those are not the words that you're going to actually say to him. But at the same time, be like, yo, we're going to offer you this. Your injury is a factor. That's why we're not giving you this and this certain amount. But we would still like you to come back because you're a part of the team. And I was telling you earlier, I have an article with Bobby Marks, with the whole Hartenstein, coming back. And you even mentioned the things that Bobby Marks said. So I don't even think I have to send you the article, because
because I talked about it.
Yeah, you already understand the factos about those type of contracts. You know what I mean? But look, I want to keep Hartenstein. I know it's a wish, but I think we could still find a way to do it, Ron. But I know it's a hard rock in the shell to do when it comes this off season,
Yeah. And I honestly, I hear you, Staff, and I hear Double A. Everybody who's like, I want to keep Hartenstein. I like Hartenstein. I like his game. I wanted him here. When I found out we were getting him, I was like, he can be a good backup. And I didn't even think he was going to be as good as he is now. I just thought what he was going to be good enough that, that's a great backup. He's even better than that. Like, now he's put himself he's like the best backup in the NBA. So that's how good he's been. Yeah.
Well, besides Naz Reid is good.
Oh, well, Naz Reid has always been, I wanted Naz Reid here too, but y'all know that. But so, like, it's just a situation, like, I don't know, how can you give, Mitch is making around 15 or 16 million. How can you really give him less than Mitch when he's healthy? He gives you what Mitch gives you. Some people might say Mitch may be a little bit more of a defensive deterrent, maybe slightly, but then Hartenstein makes up for how he helps the ball move and how he puts guys in spots, and just so it's really tough to not give him
picks too.
He does set good picks, so it's really tough to not give him similar money. And even that similar money is not crazy, right? As long as you don't go nuts. But the problem is, this is the issue. If you got a guy who may be injury prone, like OG, we got to pay OG. He may miss some games. We may get him for 50 plus games. If we're lucky, 60 games. And I think a lot of people, shout out to Freezy yesterday. He made a really good example. He said, if OG Anunoby plays 60 games, and the Knicks are 40-20 in those 60 games. And then you got the rest of the games without OG. You telling me the Knicks can't win at least 10 or so of those other games without OG to have like a 50-win season? It's easily something that they can do. So it's like you can benefit from OG out there. And even knowing that he might be injury prone, it's worth it, right? But this is injuries that might pop up. He might be out for here and there.
I'm gonna hop off.
If Hartenstein pops that Achilles, he's done for the season. That's what scares me. It's like it don't matter when it happens. It can happen the first day of the season. It's out. He's done. That's what scares me.
And most of next year too.
Yeah, that's what scares me.
Something real quick, right? And Ron, I want you to address it too, right? Because a lot of people is talking about OG and the risk of his getting under the risk of him getting a contract also too. If you look at his injury list, you could see all of those were unfortunate, bro. The man had an appendix. I think he had a dislocated finger. And besides the elbow, what else do we have? So do we really want to call that injury prone?
It's you know what it is? This is the thing. Like other guys can get injured just doing whatever. OG gets injured because he works hard. Like he gives his all. Like we've now that we had him on our team, we get to see how OG is a monster, man. He be moving. He's always active, and he's a lot faster than we. Like OG moves. So when he gets injured, he's pushing himself to the limit, and things happen. Other guys can, just get injured stepping on the court. They tweak an ankle, just move. Like, that's different. I think those are more I think OG's activeness creates a lot of injuries. Like dislocating a finger is you reaching in or getting hit, but you being active, it's different. So, but his motor and the way he moves, there's always going to be a chance of him getting injured because he plays at a high level. And that's just what you have to deal with.
I mean, next thing you know, he's going to get run over by a truck and get run over by a player who hits like a truck to where someone's going to scream, "Oh my God, they killed OG."
I mean, that's a little extreme, Mets. I don't know if that's going to happen on the court. And
I know.
but I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
But I see where you were going.
Days who hit like who when they run on you feel like you're getting hit by a truck.
Right. That's what every player says when Julius Randle comes down the court because he's a bull in the china shop. But speaking of OG, shout out to Paris Duggar, who says, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, basically he's asking a question, has any game been less than an 8-point win with OG and JB? Yeah, because of how great they played together. I see what you're saying. I'm not sure. There may have been one, I don't know.
But I don't remember.
I'm not denying the impact of those two together, though. I mean, I think they play great together. I'm definitely happy when they're out there together. So I don't know.
In any case, I'm gonna hop off, boss.
Hey man, Mets, it's been good to see you, brother. Take it easy, bro. And then there were two. Yeah, man. Like it is what it is.
But I'm saying though, would you call him injury prone, or would you just say is unfortunate situations?
It's okay. I don't know. So it's
usually when
here's the thing.
Injury prone.
Here's the thing. When I call somebody injury prone, I usually mean that they're prone to injuries, that their body is a certain way, that they other people might go through the same thing and not get injured, right? But the way their body is made up, these things affect them and they wind up getting injured. That's what I call like an injury prone person. I don't necessarily know if OG is necessarily injury prone, but I will say that the way in which he plays basketball is going to put him in a position to get hurt more often than others because he does play very hard. So there's two ways to look at it. You know, there's the definition of what an injury prone is normally, and then there's an OG Anunoby who plays at such a high level and he's so active that he could put himself in a situation where he does get injured. I mean, you know, I didn't know this until we got OG, but now that we see OG and how he plays, now we can tell, like, oh man, you know, I can see how he can get injured. He plays a certain way. So I'm just saying, I don't think he's necessarily injury prone, but I think his activeness and his motor is always going to put him in a position to be at risk of an injury.
Right. Because the risk that how he take and how he plays. You're right.
Just look at his he's a kleptomaniac, man. Y'all see how he's out there on the court getting steals from people? He's always reaching in, swiping. Dislocated finger is not surprising to me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it makes sense.
True.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. AP had said, I'm not scared of Denver or the Celtics. Hey, man, listen, once again, I'm going to say it. I'm not. Denver is a really good team. They're defending champions. They're going to be there at the end. The Celtics, maybe this is the year they finally put it together. They have been there before, but now they have the best team they've ever had. They're going to be somewhere there at the end. But does that mean that a healthy Knicks team, and I mean a healthy Knicks team, that I don't think we can beat those two teams? Of course I think we could beat them. I'm just telling you, those are the teams that are at the top that you got to watch out for. It's how it is. If the Knicks were at the top and we had that same record that Boston has, I'd be telling you, I'm not worried about no team. They got to come see us. But then there'd be another good team that's in number 2. Like, you know what? We still got to watch them because they're going to be somebody we got to challenge. But if we was at the top, I would not, because once you at the top, you ain't worried. Just like we say, the only team that can beat the Knicks is the Knicks. You don't think Boston thinks of themselves? The only team that can beat us is us?
True.
That's just how it is.
So let me ask you this, Ron. All of the coaches that Missoula is about to face in these playoffs, do you think he's better than any one of them? So we're talking about Spoelstra. We're talking about Doc Rivers. And I'm gonna throw in my coach also too, Tom Thibodeau. And who else can we call in the East that you will say that is a better coach than Missoula?
So Spoelstra may I don't know, maybe Thibodeau. Depends, because you know Thibodeau gets a little funky in the playoffs, but regular season Tibbs, when he's on his A game, he's incredible. Who else?
So would you say is those three? And just cap it off right there?
Probably. Yeah. Probably.
So do you think he probably can beat Spoelstra in a 7-game series coaching?
So the thing
Because
is,
even though listen, Ron, even though I think Boston is a juggernaut, don't get me wrong, you know, I still feel like Missoula is the weak link, bro.
Well, this is what I thought that too, but I got to tell you, Staffer, I don't know how I feel about this man anymore. Now, I know what I'm about to say. You're going to be like, well, one thing technically has nothing to do with the other because it's not basketball.
Okay.
Mazzola has a podcast with his wife.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
And Mazzola is the thing I learned about him, because I didn't know nothing about this guy. I watched a little bit of the podcast with his wife, and what I was watching, this dude is quick. He's very witty. Like he was saying like some one-liners or some stuff like quick on the spot, like fast thinking.
No, but you know the funny thing about Kutcher, he's famous for that though in his press conference. He doesn't go into soliloquies.
So that to me, that shows me something. Like, you know, he's kind of like one of those guys you think you don't have the experience, but Boston is the top team in the league right now. I know they got all the talent in the world, but you still got to play. You still got to execute your systems, your schemes. They got to work. They got to be. And he's been able to execute with all that talent, and they've been able to win and keep it together. You know, it's not easy to go 30-3 at home. I don't care how much talent you got. There's going to be some nights where you know some guys just ain't playing up to par. You got to figure out ways to win, and they've been figuring out ways to win. And I think that has to do with the fact that the guy's a smart individual and he's witty. And I think he just learns how to adapt quickly. And nothing better than being able to remember they lost Udoka, who had a lot of success with this team, and they could have gone out and got any coach. And they gave it to Mazzola. There's reasons behind it. Who knows? We might be talking about Mazzola right now, and then years from now, we might be looking at Mazzola like he's Spoelstra. You know what I mean? Because you just don't like this. Spoelstra would if when Spoelstra started, no one thought Spoelstra was going to be good at what he was doing. This guy came from the video room. Like what? So I don't know, man. I'm not going to shortchange that guy because after I was watching how he was talking with his wife, I was like, man, this guy is quick. He's like it's a natural thing to him, but not everybody got that. And I'm like, okay, all right, I guess I could see why Boston kind of fell in love with him and thought he could be the coach. We'll see.
One thing I'm surprised, or a stat I shouldn't be surprised, is that the amount of they average 45 threes a game.
Man, dude.
Listen, the other night they shoot 50 threes and made 25.
So
50%. No. Hear me out. And then I had somebody come at me and tell me that my coach is a problem of how should I say this? He said that our team taking 43s was a coaching problem. When you have Mazzola team that doesn't have too much of an inside presence like how we do, right? And them shooting 53s, being the number one 3-point percentage team in the league, number one in field. It's like it's just crazy. But then the point I'm trying to say is that our team right now doesn't have an inside presence to say, well, okay, we could go inside and mix it up. We have to rely on the three a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if we go 9 for 40, I don't have no problem with that. Right? It's because we was getting open shots, but we just couldn't sink it. How many times we shot over 23s and we won? Or we shot less than 23s and we didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
So would you agree with that person that the Knicks shooting 43s is an issue, is a coaching problem?
Well, so here's the thing. I think the problem for the Knicks is the fact that we are relying on the three so much. I think it's smart for us to open up the game and do something to try to kind of compete with these teams that are adopting that method of scoring so that we have the ability to do the same thing. If we get into a shootout with a team, we can possibly hang if we have it going on a given night. But I also think that we're reliant too much on the three. We've become a jump shooting team. I've said it and other people agree. Like, you guys can see it. Like, we've become a jump shooting team. So now when we're shooting great, we're in the game, or we can blow teams out because we're shooting that great and playing our defense. Our style of defense is the difference, right? But when we're not shooting well, we're living and dying by the three, and we have no other course of action. And without having Julius Randle out there, a bruiser who goes inside and can get us the points, we just don't have that same level of action in the paint. And guys are settling too much. So, but what I wanted to say to your point, because you brought it up, which is a great point, Miami showed the league a lot last year. Miami showed the league that a small team with decent defense, not great defense, they had decent defense, could go out and basically run the table by just shooting threes. Because that's what Miami did. They was knocking down threes, them guys. They was just pulling. They shot a lot of threes. The Knicks didn't have the answer for Miami. But what happened? The Knicks went out and said, you know what? Let's get these guys. Let's get these guys. Now we shoot almost 37% from three. We wasn't shooting that last year. We saw what Miami did, and we adopted that style of play. right? The Boston Celtics. Boston always shoots, right? But have you noticed, like, Boston has loaded up on the shooting? We saw what Miami did. We are going to do it. We're going to do it even better. Miami, let's just hear this, folks. Jaylen Brown, 35.4 from 3. Peyton Pritchard, 37.7 from 3. Sam Hauser, 42% from 3. Al Horford, 40.9 from 3.
He had 6.
Drew Holiday, 44.4 from 3. Derek White, 40% from 3. Kristaps Porzingis, 37.5 from 3. Jason Tatum, 37.6 from 3. This is a gunslinging team, and they're efficient. They are a tough team to beat the way they're pulling right now, because they're hitting. This is almost like Golden State Warrior territory when Golden State was rocking and rolling. Look at how they're shooting. Look at those percentages. That's nuts. That's everybody. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys. Wow.
How much of them off the bench? 2 off the bench. Hauser and 3.
And Peyton. Well, Hauser, Derek White, and Peyton Pritchard.
Derek White is a starter.
Oh wait, no. Derek White starts. Horford, I meant Horford.
Right,
is
exactly. And that's so. To me, I don't think it's a coaching issue. I think it's a Randle effect based on we don't have the inside presence, or we don't have somebody in the paint to create the shot so we could score in the paint, if you understand what I mean. Because Jalen Brunson is the only person that could go into the paint and dissect and get a shot, right? Other people, we have to set them up and have them shoot the 3-point shot. So if you want to say it's a coaching problem, my boy, it's all up to you, because I know you have this personal vendetta against Coach Tibs, because you just don't like him. Let's just say it like that. But at the same time, you have to shoot the 3. You have to shoot the 3, and that's how the game is today. You understand what I'm saying? And it's something that is not going to go away now, or it's not going to go away in the near future. So I just want to make that point out, that you can't blame the coach all the time for everything. You know what I mean?
Right. That's fair. Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother. I'm with you.
So if you're listening, I know you're listening. You understand what I'm saying? So that conversation goes out to you.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat once again. I see some new names in here, so let me just shout everybody out. We surveyed 100 people. Appreciate you for always supporting the show. Good to see you as well. Kimi Low is in the building. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat. So if this is your first time, shout out to you. Thank you for being here and rocking. Please smash that like button or hit that subscribe button if you like the show and like the content. We'd love to have you. He says we have to bring our A game tonight. Sack is scary. Keon 23 is their X factor. Yeah, man. I like that kid. I've always liked him. So we'll see. Like, it ain't gonna be easy.
The only reason why I brought up the 3, because the other night when we lost, I think it was to Philly, we went 9 of 40 from the 3. And a young man told me it's a coaching issue. What you were saying, showing I have no issue. He was just saying that for the Knicks to shoot 43s was a coaching issue, was a Tom Thibodeau issue. And I kind of disagreed with that. I'm not saying anything that you say, showing, is wrong. Don't get me wrong, because I know you be on point, you be having your facts. But I'm just saying you can't blame the coach for us shooting 9 for 40 when we never have an inside presence and we were getting open shots and we can't hit. That's all I'm saying.
And I mean, I think that's fair. I agree with that's fair. Rome Far Rocket said, I love to listen. I guess he's talking about sports, Jedi Sports, and my guy BX Kev. I love to listen to them when I'm at work because they actually call the game. Yeah, he does a great job of calling the games. Okay, where was I? Paris said, "Did you see my two?" Yeah, I saw that earlier. I think I already talked about that super chat from before. I see you have another one there. I'll get to it in a second. Hold on. Where was I? All right. That's that.
Yeah, we can't rely on the three. What's your name? Charles Turner the third. No. If we depended on the three to win games, no, we would never win a game in this league. No.
Yeah, that's not
saying, boss. No,
that's not it. You know what? Because that's not the Knicks style of play. Are we shooting better? Are we shooting better this year at the three? Yes. But the Knicks style of play is taking what the defense gives you and capitalizing on that. If the defense is giving them the open shot and the Knicks are knocking it down, then you're going to see it all game. You should see it all game. But if the Knicks is not giving you that, and you just continuing to take it rather than getting inside and forcing your hand in the paint and getting easier looks, that's a problem. That's when it becomes an issue. Then I'm like, and this is why we wound up losing certain games, because we were too reliant on the three ball, especially when we don't got it. You guys have already seen, we've had a couple games that have been stinkers where nobody could knock it down. That freaking Philadelphia game is one of the worst in Knick history. Just stinkers, man. Stinkers. Anyway, shout out to Luke Skywalker Visions. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, if the burner is going 14 for 30, keep shooting. Yeah, if you got it going, then you shoot. But if it ain't going, figure out another way to score some points for an offense that needs the help, especially when Julius Randle is not out there. Okay. Parrish Douglas said, "Thank you for the generous super chat." He said, "iHeart wants 72 mil. Mitch stays here or both gone." Yeah, I mean, if he wants 72 mil, I mean, listen, you got to just say, iHeart, thank you for your time. Appreciate you. We'll shout you out. Once a Knick, always a Knick. This is just how it's got to be. Like, it's a lot of money, especially a lot of money when you got the Cocoa Krispies and the Rice Krispies going on. We talking snap, crackle, pop any minute. You never know. I'm just saying, knock on wood. My bad. Sorry. All right, I'm done. All right. Lady in the chef, she says, hit that like button. It's free. Please do so. Listen to what she's saying. Thank you, Lady in the Chef. Hector Gaston said, "This Knick team is on its way to a championship. We should just enjoy what is happening. We are a dominant team, hands down." I mean, definitely we got the sum of all our parts. We definitely are dominant. Because once again, and I brought this up, but I hope everybody realizes it. Once again, there's a lot of teams in the NBA. Only a few teams care about defense. Like, Houston decided to go out there and bring in, Fred VanVleet, who can give you some offense, but, definitely a very good defensive player. They decided to go out and bring in the dude from Memphis. Why am I forgetting his name now? Devin. What the hell is his name? Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks, right? And, because they needed that extra, they needed some toughness, they needed some defense. But a lot of teams around the NBA went out and got scorers, right? Or, pieces that could help them off the bench with their scoring. The Knicks tried to get a little bit of that, but they tried to get defensive players and bring in OG. Even like Dante DiVincenzo, yes, he can score, but you also know he plays defense. He's got hustle game. There's a lot going on with that. Then you bring in OG, who's a really incredible defender. Then you bring in Precious, who you didn't know, but Precious is a good defender and a good rebounder. So the Knicks kind of doubled down on the defense, which gives us why we're special and why teams got to worry about us. There's a lot of teams are not going to outscore us because we're going to shut them down. Well, you'll see. Give it some time. Hey, Double A says, "Sorry, Big Ron and Stafford had to bounce. Let's get him." I appreciate you, Double A. It was good to see you, brother. Do what you got to do, man.
Be safe, bro.
Yes, King Embert is in the building. Salute. Was good, my brother. Barbara Rowland is in the building. Thank you. This is my first time seeing you chat. Thank you for being here. Please, if you enjoy the show, smash that like button, and thank you for being here. And if you want to subscribe, by all means, we'd love to have you. She said, "If I'm honest, Denver doesn't scare me, but a healthy Boston, if their three is falling, they look unbeatable." And that is
I agree with you, Barbara.
Yeah, that's what Stafford was trying to say. And that's what I'm trying to say to a certain extent. Like, the Knicks would have to, if we get to the point where, say, we get to it's an Eastern Conference final and it's us against Boston, we just have to go out there and play our best basketball game, but we got to get these guys off of the three-point line and force them to take different shots, even if they're easier shots. But if they're, easier shots for who? Like if we can bring someone like Horford inside rather than him relying on the three,
Yes,
and puts or even the Peyton Pritchard or the other guy Hauser, get them off of the 3-point line and force them to take it off the dribble and see if how they can score inside. That's what you got to do, and that helps the team. So we'll see.
This is one thing I would love Tom Thibodeau. That drop coverage for Boston, no, let's not roll with that defensive coverage, because once you rely on that, they're going to get their open threes, and there's going to be breakdowns where there's going to be an open three. So if we could don't run that defensive coverage and show them something different, I think Ronnie can work. I think we could force them in the paint, have them be able to create in the paint, have them to have somebody on the block that could post up and create their own shot. And I think we have capable defenders that can defend the paint that wouldn't allow them to score. They would really have to make hurry up shots from the 3-point line. Now, it's a 50-50% it might go in, right? I could live with that. Would you live with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I totally agree with that point where we will have to try and force them off of the 3-point and have them play in the paint more. You know what I mean? Because Tom is a guy, he loves to protect the paint. Now, if he could go away from that and just protect the perimeter from Boston, I think we have a puncher's chance in winning the series against them. But showing who does Boston have in on the block that could post up and shoot? If you want to say Tatum, I'll give you that. If you want to say probably Jaylen Brown, okay, all right, I see your point.
Porzingis can do it. Porzingis can do it.
I don't see him really go. I don't really see him putting his back against the post like that, though, Ron.
Well, no, but that's because he's not like he doesn't need to do it for Boston because their system and they're using him. But he can do it because the Knicks was using him that way. It was a while ago, but he can do it. But I hear you. We'll see. I mean, shout out to Cam from the kickback. Salute to you, my brother. He says salute Ron, SKF fam chat, big ups as always. Appreciate the content. Hopefully we can handle these Kings. Ain't no beam tonight. Let's go Knicks. Right, that's what I'm talking about. I would say so. E. Gibson said he's curious how Boston responds to diversity and pressure. They need to shake that soft tag. And Dripmore says, yes, they haven't been able to beat the Nuggets this season at all in Boston or in Denver. So you know what? This is what I was going to say to you, Staffer, and to the rest of the Knicks family out here, to the whole SKF army. I think that Tom Thibodeau is saving a playoff defense for when we get there. And I think it's a defense, and I'm not saying like a crazy thing, no, a couple tweaks. It's a defense that we haven't seen yet, that he's saving for the playoffs, that he hasn't been able to do yet because he hasn't had these type of guys on the team. But now that he's got the OGs with Hart, with Donte, and if he gets Mitch back, I think you are going to see the Knicks relentless in the playoffs with defense. I think you're going to see some wild, like some lock it down type stuff. So I'm just that's why I'm like, I just want to get these guys back. Let's get them back, because once we get into the playoffs, I think it's going to get crazy. I think that's the thing that these good offensive teams can't account for. A good defense will always stop a good offense. I mean, slow it down at least.
This is my thing, right, Ron? And I hear you saying relentless. But I was just looking at the last 16 games, bro. We need, if we can at least go 8-8, I'm happy with that, right? But at the same time, we're jockeying for playoff position.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to ramp up these guys too much, so when we get into the playoffs, we don't have no legs. So when you say playing relentless in the defense in the playoffs, I want that. But these last 16 games, and we are so jumbled up in the standings, bro. And then you're talking about Devo is very tired from playing all those minutes and shots putting up. It's just a little concerning for me, Ron.
I hear you.
I ain't
I
gonna
hear
even
you.
lie to you, bro.
I hear you. Well, listen, bro. All we got to do, like this is what I'm starting to. This is my new mantra. First off, you guys already know my mantra for the Knicks is all heart, no quit. Hashtag all heart, no quit. That's who we are. That's what it is. It don't stop. This is our team. You know what I mean? But I also understand that we are a very tired team. That guys have been asked to do a lot more than what they have done in the past or in recent times. And we're getting at the end of the season. And the difference is that we've got veteran type players that have been in the league. Because if we had young rookie players, they would have hit the wall already. They would have been struggling to do anything right now because rookies ain't used to this type of play. Right. That's why it's good to have these young NBA veterans on the team. They just have to kind of suck it up and get back to where they were and figure out how to gut through it. I just think the Knicks are going to play as good as they can to win as many games as they can to get the proper seeding, right? To get into the playoffs. But once it's the playoffs, it's do or die, bro. And I think that's when guys will go all out and give their everything. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you this. Say, for instance, we do go 8-8 in the next 16, but we just happen to drop to the 5th spot. Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Listen, right now I'm gonna tell you something that may sound a little cocky. It's not really. As long as the Knicks get in 5th or 6th, I'm good. Because I just feel like once the Knicks get into the playoffs, it's a whole nother ball game. As long as they can stay away from that stupid play-in and having to win one game to get to the no, stay away from the play-in. Just if you're in 5th or 6th, I don't think the Knicks is leaving 4th. To be honest with you, I'm seeing if they can get to 3rd.
Here's the reason why I say 8-8, right? Because we still got Milwaukee, still got Miami, we still got Boston, we got Sacramento tonight, we got Denver. I'm talking about this is all the 500 teams I'm calling, right?
Yep.
And we still have I can't remember off of my head, but when I was looking at it, I'm looking at probably 8-8, and I don't see us going up to that 3rd seed. Here's the reason why I don't want to go up to that 3rd seed. I don't like Indiana, bro. For some reason, that team scares me, Ron. I ain't going to even lie to you, bro. Something about Halliburton, he has some type of vendetta. I don't know if it's because of Wally and his comments, but ever since he said those comments about Halliburton, who is he? He's not an all-star. He has a special bullseye for the Knicks. And I feel like if we go into that series that season at 3 and we get Indiana is going to give us a run for the money. I'm not saying they're going to win that series, right? Because I still got confidence in our Knicks, but I feel like it ain't going to be no walkover with Indiana. So I rather if we stay in either the 4 or 5 seed where we play an experienced Orlando, right? Not saying they're easy walkover either, because Banchero ain't no walkover. The Wagner brothers ain't no walkover. And I like the young point guard Jalen Suggs. He is not no walkover either. I think we could beat them in 5 games. We could get them a 1 game. But I think we could beat them in 5 games. That's why I think that being in the 4 or 5 seed is good to where we at. Because I feel like if we go up to that 3 seed and we play Indiana, it's going to work us a lot, Ron. That's just my opinion, how I feel.
I hear you. I mean, and you're right to have that opinion, bro. It's fair. But you know what? What I will say is we played Indiana 3 times this year so far, right? And in those 3 games, the Knicks have only won 1 time. The other 2 times, Indiana won, right? So they had 2-1 against us. But once again, keep note of the fact that In any of those 3 games, we had no Mitch, right? Mitch was out. And then in the game when we didn't have Mitch, we didn't have OG and Precious yet, right? And in the other games, we had no Mitch, no OG, no Randle, and so we have not been able to play them with our full team. So I my whole point that I'm saying is Indiana's just not getting the right version of us. Indiana they have good length on their team. You know how we feel about our teams and how they match up. Orlando's, the Milwaukee's, Indiana's current team, they have a lot of length, so they didn't match up well with us. They have better size. But when we got our guys out there with OG out there, with Randle and with Mitch and Hartenstein and Precious, we are going to be so much for them to deal with. It's a different ball game. Even if you didn't have all of those guys, if you had at least OG, right, and Mitch, that's a difference. Right now, we can't really count on anything because all we got back is OG. But I still think having OG is enough of a difference maker that we could beat, Indiana. But in a playoff series with those guys back, I don't think Indiana's messing with us. I'll be honest. I don't care what Tyrese Halliburton does. If we've got all those guys, one, he's going to have a long night because our defensive pressure on him is going to be a lot, right? And we're going to be able to show him different looks. So I'm not worried about them in the playoffs if we got our guys because they haven't even played us with our guys yet. So with Indiana, not so worried. But I hear you, though. They are a good team. You can't take them for granted. And if we don't have our guys, then I'm a little bit more worried.
Right. Okay, I get you. Get you. But it's just something about that team, bro. It just scares the living daylights.
I got you. I mean, they're young. They got a lot of spunk, and they're hungry. Shout out to the chat once again. Dripmore says we got shooters too, Ron. I hear you, brother. Bobby Santiago is in the building. He says salute, still Knicks fan. Salute to the chat. Appreciate you, Bobby. Charles Turner, I think you had already addressed this earlier, Stafford. Charles Turner the third, appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Knicks won today is in the building. Salute. Should have managed to on Anunoby for RJ without giving up quickly. Should have gave RJ and both Top and Kids for OG and Achua. But once again, Knicks won today. The Knicks had to get rid of quickly for something, and we were not going to be able to keep him. They just don't want to pay him that money. The money, they feel like quickly is good and helps the team, but that type of money should be used to bring in a starter type player.
No, but
what I mean? They just
about it, Ron. Sometimes some of the fans need to know the business aspect of it. You understand what I'm saying? That was a business decision. It's not who wouldn't want to keep the young man. Good defender, good 3-point shooter, good 6-man, of course, but we couldn't afford to pay him. You know what I mean? And if we had let him go, if we had kept him and let him go in the offseason, we wouldn't have got back nothing for him.
correct.
So sometimes, bro, you got to look at it from a business situation and not all the time a basketball situation. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I
you know,
how you feel.
And I was just going to say, Stafford, could we have done the deal differently? Could we have taken IQ out of the deal and put Deuce in the deal and then added a first-round pick or something like that? Yeah, we could have did that. But remember, Toronto.
This is the thing, though. Hold on. Do you think Jerry would have wanted Deuce, though? Because Deuce hasn't really proven himself, you understand, for other teams to really say, okay, that's what's the word I'm looking for? A prospect or something in the future that we could build around. No, they seem quickly.
No, you know what,
years.
Staffa? You know what? I think I've heard that people around the league like Deuce, so they have.
I'm not saying that, but just as far as built like a starting point guard for your franchise, because if you look at it, quickly is going. No, I ain't saying is. We don't know yet if he's going to stay with Toronto, but he considered himself as a starter, right? We don't see Deuce as a starter, right? And that's the whole point when Toronto traded for him, right? Because we know that he was an asset, you know what I mean? And he's going to bring us what we need. So, I mean, It was a business situation. Trust me, I would love to keep IQ. I know Ron, you would have loved to keep IQ, but sometimes business is business. I'm sorry for the Giant fans. Saquon, it was a business decision. He went over to the ops, but at the same time, it's business.
I'm still not rocking with that, by the way. But
Giants,
yeah, I get it. I am not rocking with going to Boston. I'm going to Philadelphia.
Right. The Giants couldn't afford to pay him $37.7 million.
That's
so
true.
My boy had to leave.
I get it.
Exactly.
I get it.
It's all about the bag, bro. And if it was you in your position, you would have did the same thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm definitely.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking that suggested the question.
Well, I will say this though, Stafford, and this is me being 100%.
Right.
If I was Saquon and I was offered $37.5 million from Philly or 30 to 32 million from another team, a team that's good though, I like playing, I'd probably go to the other team. Just saying that would be that. I probably would do that just because I'm so used to playing Philadelphia and hating that team and the rivalry we had. I probably, if the money is close enough, because I ain't greedy. Like, I know $5 million is a lot of money. Nobody's throwing money out there, but I probably would have taken the 32, like for example, and gone somewhere else that I wanted to be as well, over just going to Philly because just I don't know, but that's just me. I'm a little different when it comes to that. And like I said, money makes the world go round for some. But if I'm making 32 million as opposed to 37 and a half, I would still be okay. I'm just happy enough to be able to get millions, But that's just me.
Ops.
Yeah, man. I don't know. That's like the only thing that would have made it worse is if he went to the Cowboys. I mean, just that would have just took me over the edge. But it is what it is. But yeah, shout out to Slim Slammer, who said we don't have enough juice to go around deep into the playoffs. It's iffy. It's iffy, Slim. It's iffy. I hear you though. I think with that we'll see. We'll see. Because remember, so far OG's come back, and with OG back, we won the games that he's played in, right? Or the game that it's 2 games. The 2 games that he's played in. Let's just see what happens, where the Knicks start to go from here, and if we can get back into our winning ways and get on a roll again.
Ron, before you move on to this point, right? So I'm watching Chris Broussard and Rob Parker, the odd couple, right? And it's pertaining to this question, right? And he was saying that he don't see the Knicks getting over the top. He still see the Knicks as a second round exit. Now, by him just saying we don't have much juice to go around, do you agree? Well, you just said it, but do you agree with Rob Parker say that the Knicks don't have enough to get to that Eastern Conference Finals? Well, basically what Slim is saying, juice to go around.
And shout out to Slim Slammer, because I see what you did there. Obviously, the no ledge thing, juice to go around. Come on, baby. I see what you did. Oh, anyway. I know I disagree with that right now because of the prospect of us getting 2 more guys back. The chance of us getting Julius Randle back, and I know he may not be 100%, but if he's 75% or better, I think that is going to help the Knicks, and it'll definitely help Jalen Brunson, because the point is to keep the defense honest, to allow Jalen Brunson to work. Give them another option that they got to worry about, right? And then the other thing is, if we get Mitch back, to me, Mitch is the real X factor, because he allows, even when Hartenstein is favoring that Achilles and maybe not giving his all or whatever, Mitch is the guy who can come back and go give us that effort on the defensive end and really be a rim stopper, and also continue to give us offensive rebounds, at an incredible pace. That's the difference. And I don't care what team we play in, if we get those 2 guys back along with what we got now, Tom Thibodeau's defensive schemes and his system is going to make it tough for the opposing team, because not only do you know we're going to have the players to get in your face and make shots difficult, if you come into the paint, that's Thibodeau's defense. It locks you down, forces you to come into once you come into the paint, you got to deal with iHeart or you got to deal with Mitch. And then if you miss with all of those guys there, you ain't getting the rebound. So that's the point. You get it's one and done. You get your shot up, and then somebody from our team is going to clean it up and get the boards. With the mix of Josh Hart, Precious Achua, iHeart, Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, you're not getting the rebounds. That's what I'm talking about. And that's where the Knicks that will benefit from having all those guys back. Play good defense, get in these guys' faces. If they miss the shot, they got to worry about going back down on defense and dealing with us, because you're getting one and done. Not a lot of second chance opportunities. There's the key. So that's all I'm hoping for, and that's going to be what the Knicks rely on. We'll see. It worked incredibly against against the Cavaliers last year. Of course, it's a different team, different year this year, so we'll see. But that's the purpose. That's how they put this team together, to be able to do stuff like that. So we'll see. Shout out to Ran Rock. Appreciate you. He said, Ron, do you think we won in the Grimes trade? I think you just joined recently, Ran Rock. I kind of went over that. No, I think there's right now in the end, I think we will have won, but right now there's no winners at the moment, because both pieces of this trade are struggling a little bit. Now, to the point though, we're tough right now, Knicks fans. We're tough, but if you just want to talk about it, when it comes to the Bojan Bogdanovic, and I had it up and I think I moved off of it. Let me pull it back up, because there was a point behind this. So we're talking about his struggling right now, and he hasn't looked that good in the past couple games. But the other thing is Tibs hasn't been giving him the minutes either. He hasn't been playing him as much, the last couple games, or the shots. Like, he played 14 minutes against Portland. Against Philadelphia in the second game, he played 22 minutes, but he only took 2 shots, guys. 2 shots. What's Bojan Bogdanovic supposed to do with 2 shots? Okay. So, but since he's been a Knick, he's had a game where he scored 19. He's had a game where he scored 20. He's had another game where he scored 20. He's had a game where he scored 22. He's got a game where he scored 15. So it's not like he hasn't been here and given us what we wanted. We wanted some extra scoring off the bench. If you guys remember when IQ was here, he averaged 15 plus points per game. So technically, Bojan was giving us those 15 points or greater in his appearances here. So it's not like he's been a bum and been washed and hasn't done anything. I just want to let everybody know. He's also given us a game where he scored 13. So he's done some stuff here. We just want him to get comfortable again. The last couple of games, 5, 0, 10, 6. That's not that great. So just hold off, Knicks fans. Relax with Bojan. Give him a minute. Burks is a different story. Something else is going on there.
Paris, Doug,
Right.
I agree with you 199%. The national media does not believe in Tibs and Randle. And
That's
our
true.
fans too. We got one in the chat right now. Tibs, his resume speaks for itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's been bashing Tibs in the chat for the past 5-10 minutes. And that's the thing, Ron, man. I just wish that Randall could be healthy. And oh my God, Ron, you don't even know how I wish that we could just prove people wrong, bro. I just want this guy to get a chip, and I want Randall to get a chip, so some of these fans could get off his back, because the only thing that could cure it is a championship. And once we get that championship, you will hear all the naysayers shut up. The Stephen A's, the some of the Knicks fans, what was that coach? That was that female coach name who said that how Bronson ain't a 1A. He's too
Becky
small.
Hammond?
Becky Hammond and the Candace Parkers. I just want those two to win. If we could win and shut these people up, that will be my Christmas present, bro.
Devil's working overtime, man. You know, for whatever reason, every time Randle gets close to having a grid season and a possible incredible playoff run, he's getting hurt. He got hurt with the ankle right before the playoffs. You can't blame him for that as far as like the timing of it. Like that's tough. And then to come back, go into the playoffs, not 100%. And then dealing with the Cleveland Cavaliers, who had the #1 defense in the league at the time. What do you expect to see Randle do? And then you beat Cleveland convincingly, not because of Randle, because of other pieces, right? You go into the Miami series, and then Miami in the Miami series, he re-aggravates the injury. Like it's a lot, man. I just feel bad for Randle because yes, should he step up in the playoffs, but there's been some things that have popped up that have really affected that. Now you go into this season, he's looking great once again, all-star once again, and a fluke injury where he falls down on his shoulder. Like, I mean, he shouldn't even been in the game. It was just a weird thing. But that's what happens with these Knicks. The wildest stuff happens, and then no one's gonna really look at it because people don't like to make excuses for people, which I understand it. But they're going to look at it and just say, look, if he doesn't play well again, it's another year Randle doesn't play well in the playoffs, even though he's hurt. For the rest of the season, if Randle comes back, he's going to play hurt because he's got to deal with the shoulder.
And that's the thing, because not this chat, I'm over on Facebook too, because listen, Ron, I landscape every Knicks page, podcast, everything, right? And I was over there on Facebook on one of the Knicks fan page. And one person was saying, I don't want to hear no excuses for Randle. Regardless if he's hurt or not, he's come back from this ankle surgery the shoulder surgery, because every year is an excuse for him. When you know the young man is injured. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, he can't win at all, Ron. You know what I mean? Regardless if he comes if he comes back healthy and he plays good, but we still get bounced out, they're gonna say it's because of Randle. You understand? So I don't know, Ron. The young man just can't win, bro. He can't win.
Well, I mean, maybe. Slim Slammer says, why was he in the game? I don't know why he was in the game. He said chasing stats. I don't want to say it was chasing stats, but I don't want to not say it because it was prior to the All-Star game. And what Tibs does do, that's why teams and players, look, you say what you will, but the players who have played for Tibs, who he respects, they love him. Because he will look out for you. He know, oh, you want to be an all-star? Yeah, I'm gonna give you opportunities to get your points, to get your, he will do that. I don't know if that was the case. I don't really remember what we were doing at the time of the game, whether or not, because Tibbs had that thing where he had always wanted to have Brunson or Randle out there on the court at a given time. I don't know, man. Do I think he should have been there at that moment? No. And I think that the injury could have been avoided, but it happened. It is what it is.
I personally don't remember. All I know, he was driving on the what's his name? Hakeem Jr., Juarez, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And he got injured bad. Now, what I would say about that is because Tibbs has serious PS. Do we call it PTS?
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Meaning saying that no lead in this league is safe. Because just like how you put it earlier, Ron, Portland wasn't going away. Even though he wanted to rest these players, they weren't going away. So what he had to do? Keep the guys in to secure the win. All right, perfect example. When we seen Anunoby went out the game, we all think, well, man, Jono, he's not coming back in the game. He's done for. Do you really think Anunoby wants to mess up his money by not coming in the game and play?
No.
Exactly the point I'm trying to say. So sometimes it's not even Tibbs, it's the players that also wants to come in and play the game. Because I'm sure if OG had a chance to sit out that game and not play and rest his elbow, he probably would have did that. You understand what I'm saying? But the guy loves the game and he loves to play, and he's like, nah, I'm not coming out. I need my money. You understand what I mean? He came back and plays the game. Now, don't get me wrong. I know Tibs, he has his way philosophies with players playing them too much minutes. I'm not going to say run down. I'm not going to say none of those things. Probably plays them a little bit too much minutes. But half of these players, as you say, Ron, they love it. They want to play. Look at Deuce. Young man, how old he is? 21. The man played the whole 48 minutes. Do you think he was mad for not coming out?
No. He loved it. He loved the opportunity.
He loved the opportunity of playing and proving himself. So I think sometimes fans have to ease off of Tibs. Now, I was telling one guy the other day, he was telling me I'm a Tibs apologist. And I try to say this all the time. I'm not a Tibs apologist. I do not agree with every single thing that Tom Thibodeau does. But at the same time, we was talking about it earlier, you cannot blame him for everything. Right?
Yeah, so, it's that's true. That's true, Staffer. Tibbs gets the blame because he's the coach, and we know he's stubborn and disciplinarian, and with his small rotations and all this stuff, so he does get a lot of the blame. But sometimes it's not Tibbs' fault. That is true.
You know, so I mean, sometimes these guys want to play to prove themselves, or is it either they want to try and get the bag, or you know what I mean, they trying to secure something, or they just trying to prove themselves. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we don't know what goes on behind the scenes when they be having their coaching meetings.
Right.
You understand what I mean? We hear say Josh Hart be complaining all the time about playing 40 minutes. You understand what I'm saying? But the man still come out and he play 42 minutes. Coach, anything you want me to do, you want me to play 49?
Yeah, because he's going to do what he's got to do. He's going to do. Plus, you know, listen, I was going to tell you another thing, Stafford. The thing about Josh Hart and guys like Dante DiVincenzo, and, you know, let's not forget, part of the reason, I mean, they're built this way because I could see them doing that no matter where they're at. But let's not forget, they love being able to play in New York City with their guys on the team. Fact. Josh Hart loves being able to play with his boy Donte and Jalen, and then vice versa for all of them. So that kind of helps lend to them giving their all. Like, yeah, I'll run through a wall. I'll play 50 minutes. It's only a 48-minute game, but I'll play 50. You know what I mean? Because they love it. They love being here. This is a great. Look at how enjoy it. Like how much happiness these guys. Like they're having kids, they got their families, they're playing with their brothers that they played in college, they got podcasts with. Like this is a great time for these young men. They're enjoying their time. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. We're gonna have to get through it. They're gonna have to get through it. And shout out to Jay Boogie.
Take the bad with the good and the good with the bad, you know?
Right. You know what? The facts of life. Are you hearing me say it? Jay Boogie says Julius is never chasing stats. If he was, he would have come back before March 12th, so he could have been eligible for the All NBA team.
Facts.
There's some truth to that. Shout out to Jay Boogie. That's a good point. But I will say that I do believe that what Tom Thibodeau does is he gives guys on the team enough minutes so that they can qualify for things. He gives them enough minutes so that they can put their best effort out there. Like, for example, there's been games where Julius has come out, or even RJ when RJ was here, and they struggled early, right? And then they start to get it going, but the game is kind of out of reach a little bit. But you know what I mean? It's good they're getting it going. So Tibbs will leave them out there. Like you're getting it going. And look, this may not matter right now in this game, but it will matter the next game we play. So get yourself right, get your points up, get into a good flow and rhythm, and we'll need that in the next game. So there's other things that go on with it too.
And guess what, too, Ron? He also gives you more rope to hang yourself too. Because if you're not playing good, he will yank your butt. 4 minutes for Alec Burks. 4 minutes. That should tell you something right there.
And I'm just gonna say before we kind of wrap up, we at the 3 hour and 30-minute mark. You know, Tibs sees how bad Alec Burks is playing. Tibs knows something's not right with Alec Burks. But as I told you guys, well, not you guys, but as I said years and years ago, when it came to like a lot of Knicks fans saying, play the kids, this guy's not playing well. Tibs knows that. But the point is, like, once you make that switch, that change, now you got to rock with that dude. And if that kid is playing well, now you got to keep going. And then that other veteran player is up out of here. Like, you can't go back to him when this kid is playing good and you gave him the keys. Like, Tibs he knows Burks is struggling. And he knows he got Shake Milton sitting on the bench there. But you know what? Sometimes you try to give your guy as many chances as you can, because once you make the switch, if Shake starts balling, you ain't going to see Alec Burks. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, and these are people too. And Tibs has a good relationship with Alec Burks. That's what I'm just saying. Like, he's a coach trying to do what he can to make the team better, but he's also knowing the immediate impact long term of just pulling somebody out and making a switch, especially when you're not doing anything to help yourself. Once you make that switch, that's it. You know, if I make a real switch and this guy's balling, I can't put you back in there like that.
Let me ask you this, Ron. Is Steve Kerr perfect a coach?
No, definitely not.
Is Greg Popovich a perfect coach?
Oh, hell no. We know that now.
Is Spoelstra a perfect coach?
No.
Okay. Is Mazzulla, who has the best record in the NBA, a perfect coach?
Nope.
Okay. There you have it. No coach is perfect in this league. We all human. We all make mistakes, right? It's just when we go back to the canvas, we just have to make the right corrections, the right adjustments. You understand what I mean? And try to see if we could get over the hump. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why I feel like, Tom Thibodeau, he's trying, just like how you saying, man. He's maximizing every single player that he has on this roster to go out there and do their best. And that's all us New Yorkers and Knicks fans ask for. Real, gritty, blue collar basketball, hard work, hard defense. You understand what I'm saying? And go out there and get it done. You understand? And that's all I look for from my team every night when we go out there, is to compete, win or lose, right? And sometimes how we lose is sometimes it's the effort that we put out. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
If we could go into a 7-game series and play Boston to the T down to game 7, and we lost to Boston by 1 or 2 points every single game, I am not mad, Ron.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm not mad. We put out the best effort that we could do. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not going to bash my coach and say we need to change him because we took Boston to a 7-game series and we lost by 1 point. No, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? Go back to the drawing board, reshuffle, and see if we could do this thing the next year.
Right. And shout out to Sherwin, brother. I know, listen, I'm not telling you that Shake Milton is the answer. I'm just telling you, if you got a guy who's not giving you anything, and you got Shake Milton sitting on the bench, like, why'd you bring him over here? You might as well give him a shot. Shake Milton is 6'5". He does play good defense. As you said, he's more aggressive than Frank. That's pretty much what it is. Offensively, he may not be the answer, but if he goes out there and plays good defense, he's adding value to his time out there on the court. So that's all I'm saying. I don't think he's the answer either. I didn't necessarily want him here, but he's here. So if you got him here and you got a guy in front of him that's not playing up to par, sometimes you got to make a switch. We'll see what they do. And to David Smith, he said Popovich has 5 NBA titles, 20 straight years making the playoffs. Kerr has 4 NBA titles. Yeah, but once again, this is it's not about their resume and what they've done. We're not saying are they good coaches. He asked what are they perfect coaches, because nobody's perfect. And the other thing is, say what you will about all that, but you know, Popovich hasn't been back to the promised land in a long time. He's even had teams with good players on it with DeJounte Murray. It didn't work out. They had to move on. Kawhi Leonard, you know, the mix and the relationship between those two got soured pretty quickly, and Kawhi had to get up out of here. You know, Steve Kerr is now dealing with the adversity because all of his players are getting older. Steph Curry has lost a little bit of a step. He's still good, but he's lost a little bit of a step. Klay Thompson has lost a lot. Now he's relegated to the bench. Even Draymond Green has lost a step. So, like, it's just the point where just, you know, it's the changing of the guard. And so, you know, and they're also, and plus these teams have been fortunate to have incredible players. Like Steph Curry has been incredible, MVP of the league. Klay Thompson was incredible playing in his prime with Golden State, and Popovich getting #1 picks out the wazoo. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, it's been very fortunate for those coaches,
Ron,
and they've done great with it.
Do you see the Chicago team beating LeBron, Wade, Shane Battier, that whole team at that time? Do you see that team? Do you see a Chicago team beating that team in those prime years?
No, because Miami was a juggernaut.
So David Smith, why would you? You know what?
Listen, I understand where David's going. I know where he's coming from. But all I wanted to say too is, you know, one of the things that gets overlooked sometimes is that when people talk about Tom Thibodeau, one of the things that Tibs fans, you know, Tibs apologists, whatever you want to say, is look at Tibbs's roster and the players that the Knicks have given him to play with. And when has he had a good all-around team that he can really do what he wants to do? Guess what? The first year he's had that is this year. And what happened when everybody was healthy? 15
rolling
January. This is so I just want to say, you know, when you give him what he needs or what he should have, he's produced. The proof was in the pudding. 15-2, running through teams. If the Knicks didn't get hurt, right? If all of these players were healthy, OG, Randle, even I'm not even talking about Mitch. If Hartenstein was still okay and not nursing the Achilles, the Knicks would be killing right now. I don't know about 15-2, but we would be running through. We would be on pace to have 50 wins, maybe even 60 wins. How good we would have been playing if all of those things were in place. And then the fact of getting Mitch back with OG and all the, I'm just saying, don't shoot the messenger. Just let Tom Thibodeau get these guys back and let him cook. Let's see what he can do. If these guys come back and then the team sucks, that's different.
He says Popovich and Kerr are championship coaches that never got fired, right? So what happened to Doc Rivers? Doc Rivers didn't win a championship with Boston. Didn't he get fired the other day from Philly? What about Budenholzer? Didn't Budenholzer brought a ring to Milwaukee? Didn't he get fired the other day? So, bro, all coaches are not perfect. You could be a championship coach, or you could just be a good coach and still get fired. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No coach is perfect in this league. Yes, I trust me. I give them their kudos. Spoelstra, Kerr, Popovich, they got their rings. They earned it because they had perennial all-star superstars on their team. Tom Thibodeau never had those guys. Tom Thibodeau had one superstar and ended up getting his knee blown out, and that's Derrick Rose in Chicago. Just like how Ron said, you give him the guys that he wants, you see the results. So
well, and there was Stafford to take we could go on with this forever, and I don't have the time right now. But I was listening to it was the Organic Fanatics podcast with my guy Raul and his cousin and his brother. And they were talking, and they got to the point where they had this question. It's like, if you take Greg Popovich, take him off San Antonio and put him on this current Knicks team, how good would the Knicks be? And then you take Popovich off that San Antonio team back with Manu Ginobili and Duncan, and put Tom Thibodeau on that team, how good would the team be? Would there be a big difference in the two teams? And that was the question. And so that's an interesting question. That's when you say, like, how much better is Greg Popovich? Now, I don't want to shortchange Greg Popovich. He's an incredible coach.
No,
but
you can't shortchange it all. But this is another point too, right? He's saying that how elite coaches don't flop in the playoffs, right? Steve Kerr, elite coach, right? Where is Golden State right now? And they have how many superstars on their team, Ron? So would you say that how he's not an elite coach because he has his team in the 9th or 10th position? And then if he get bounced out in the play-in, would that diminish his career?
No.
I mean, you gotta put these things in context, bro. You understand what I'm saying?
But the thing is, I not to cut you off, but I am cutting you off. But I know David Smith is very critical when it comes to certain things and with the Knicks and his mind, his lens, the way he thinks. He's not necessarily wrong in being critical because there's certain things that are stuff that could be improved on. And but I just think that when it comes to Tibs is a creature of habit, but Tibs is also one of those, if you don't give, and I said this, and I'll speak for myself. Other people said it too, but I said years ago, if you got a problem with the way Tibs does certain things, the way he uses certain guys, then give him no opportunity to do things a certain way. Put better players in front of him. You know what? When he was using Alec Burks, for example, as the primary point guard, I mean, he's the guy I trust. He's the best option we got. What? Then you know what you got to do? Give him a point guard. I mean, we finally got Jalen Brunson, but you got to sometimes take stuff away from Tibs and put him in a better position where now he doesn't have to think the way he's thinking. You know what I mean? Make it easy for him.
Facts.
Go ahead, Stafford. Sorry.
No, and that's all facts, bro. And I can't wrong you for saying that. Great point.
Yeah. Hey, Craig is in the building. Craig came in slinging trash cans. He said Burks is trash and Tibs is trash for playing OG injured and crying out in pain on the court and kept him in the game. I mean, I don't know. First off, he wasn't crying, but yeah, I mean, what we talked about is if you watch that, let me tell you something right now, Knicks fans. I hate to be right about this one, but if Tibs would have took these guys out in that Portland game, I'm not saying Portland would have won, but I'm telling you Portland would have cut that lead because Portland kept chipping away each time, man. They kept cutting it because they were coming back with they had some energy.
They came back from 16-point down the following game to Atlanta and won. They were down 16 points to Atlanta and came back and won.
Yeah. I mean, well, we already went back and forth, but there's no need to continue to do it. Even the narrative has been dismissed. We already talked about it. I put up on another show. I showed you the top players in the league and the minutes they're playing. And I think Brunson was listed as 6th or 7th in minutes compared to all of these guys. Kevin Durant is playing more minutes than Brunson. The teams use their guys in a certain way when it comes to star players. And then when it comes to players in the league, if you look at minutes played, the Knicks players aren't in top 10. I think they're not even top 20 in minutes played overall with everybody in the league. Like, so as much as we want to get on Tibs for playing these guys a lot of minutes because guys have been hurt, when everybody's healthy overall, he's playing them marginal minutes, like standard minutes. So I don't know if he's necessarily doing anything other than trying to get us victories. Do we want to talk about the Knicks not getting wins because we resting players? Would you be happier if instead of us getting a win in the 4th quarter, he decides to take guys out and just runs out?
Surprisingly, Ron, some Knicks fans would love that too.
I don't know if they would once they look at the bottom line and see that record.
I'm not going down that road there with you. Some fans some fans would love that. I'm telling you that, bro. Some fans will like just now. We were talking about seeding. Some of them saying we don't mind if we drop down to the 6th seed. I don't even want us to get down there. I mean, I see the logical point where they said getting to the 6th seed where we have to avoid Boston in the second round. We play Cleveland and then we play whoever and then we meet Boston in the second round. I could understand that logic, but some fans would love to see that happen, Ron. Would love to see us lose games and go down to a position where we not fall into the play-in position, but just enough to stay at that 6th seed.
Right. Well, let me say this because I really do got to get out of here. I want to say shout out to Monarch Smart TV. He said OG wanted to play. And to that point, do you guys not think that OG, a guy who's new to this team, a guy who we know as being injury prone, a guy that we know, because that was already said, that he's not going to play, and what was told is that OG's not going to play unless he feels he's 100% healthy. You don't think a guy that just came back from injury, finally getting out there, played, one game already, now in the second game, he hurts his elbow. You don't think that he wants to show that I can play through like minor pain, like it's not that big of a deal, I'm a warrior? You don't think he wants to show the Knicks fans that he's not soft? I'm just saying, like, I think he also wants to show that too.
Bag. He's playing for a bag this year, bro. I mean, sometimes I gotta, because I was one time an athlete. Okay, I'm no longer that person no more, right? But if I see is my opportunity to steal somebody's spot, that starting spot, and I am at least 80%, I am going out there to prove it to my coaches, my teammates, and my fans that I'm going to go out there and give it at least 110%. You understand what I'm saying, Ron? So, yeah. I mean, you could say, look, it's no exactly what Nick says. No apology for us winning games, man. You know what I mean? So we just got to go out there, just to wrap up things. You just got to go out there and win. You know what I mean? And hopefully we could come out April the 20th healthy, going into the playoffs healthy.
Listen, all I'm going to say right now is if the Knicks have all their players, guys will play a normal style of minutes. And we already talked about it once again. The league teams are playing their guys a lot of minutes in average and I already said once again, when it comes to certain things like Jalen Brunson, he's averaging around 35 minutes per game. Kevin Durant is averaging 37 minutes per game. He's like 35, 36 years old, whatever he is. Like, I mean, and he's not just him. There's other guys playing more minutes. Jason Tatum. There's other guys playing more minutes than Brunson. So when we got our guys, we can either do this. We can either say, I want to keep Jalen Brunson to 32, 33 minutes per game. I want to keep Josh Hart to around 34, 35 minutes per game. Dante DiVincenzo around 34, 35 minutes per game, no matter what. And then when we go into these fourth quarters of games and we got to sit these guys, because we already said we're not playing them more than this. And then you're looking at trying to get a basket from Alec Burks or Deuce or Boyan when the defense is collapsing on them. Just you tell me how we're going to win games. That's all I'm saying. I get it. Nobody's talking about right now that people are hurt. Yeah, playing guys 47, 46, 48. That's nuts. I've already said that. I'm just telling you, that's crazy. But Tibs is going to use what he's got, and guys in the fourth quarter are going to be out there. So I don't care how many minutes you played earlier, they're going to be out there. And the only way that the Knicks can put themselves in a better position to not have to play so many minutes is to play well. And guess what? Now that OG's back, I think the Knicks are going to start playing better. They're going to play well. But right now they're not. I mean, right now it's still a little bit of a struggle. They're still, getting comfortable again. OG's getting back into the swing of things. So give it a little time and we'll see. And maybe he starts to, lower down the minutes. But the Knicks got to play well and get out to leads where he can take advantage of that and say, okay, I can sit you. Because even if the other team starts to come back, it's not going to put us down. We'll still have a lead or and when you get back out there, you can extend the lead again. Knicks is just, right now it's a little up and down. So that's all I'm saying. But I hear you guys. We definitely know that Tibs is playing these guys a lot of minutes, even if in the end, so is everybody else in the league these days. I don't know. I think that's all I got, guys.
They say OG is out tonight, but I'm trying to look for either Steve Popper or
No, but I heard that he was questionable, unless that's
yeah,
new.
that's the last thing I saw. Questionable.
AP said he may be out tonight. I know OG is questionable. That's what AP
No,
said.
Craig
I don't know
just said here that he was out. Sometimes I can't believe Craig, So that's why I
who's
like to go out and
no,
look
is
for my
Craig, is he out? Is that what's happening now? Oh man, that stinks.
Well, I ain't see it yet, so I don't believe it yet. Until I see it post up here, Fred Katz or one of them guys put it up, I'm not gonna believe it. For right now, I'm gonna go as questionable.
Oh boy. Craig is like, y'all see. Okay. So maybe he is out. Oh no. Well, that definitely makes it a lot tougher to beat Sacramento tonight. I'll tell you that. We'll see what happens, man. Let's go Knicks, regardless of whatever happens. Whoever we got out there, hopefully they just go out there and do the best they can, do what they got to do. All heart, no quit. That's the team. And listen, last couple nights, shooting has been tough for some guys, and Dante's been struggling. Maybe Dante gets it going tonight, because if Dante shoots well and Brunson shoots well, that gives us a good chance of winning the basketball game. And whatever we can get for anybody else, because Dante and Brunson can account for like 40 to 50 points by themselves. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. I don't know, man. It is what it is.
No, David Smith, I'm not gonna say injury prone because as we was talking earlier, is some unfortunate injuries, like getting a dislocated finger. That's not injury prone. Having your appendix taken out, that's not injury prone. The elbow being minor cleanup, I don't think that's injury prone. I think one more injury was his knee, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that's injury prone. It's just unfortunate circumstances. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say injury prone. If you want to go ahead and say that in your observation, that's fine with me. I have no issue. But to me, I don't think he's injury prone. Now, if you want to say every year he coming in and he's getting a broken ankle or something like how Mitch is getting injured every year. Now, I would say Mitch is an injury prone player. Brogdon is an injury prone player. You know what I mean? Players that don't play no more than 60 games, less than 60 games a year, I think are injury prone every year. You know what I mean?
Especially when it's the same type of injuries over and over.
Exactly. So that's just my take on it, David. But you have your philosophy, and I ain't mad at it. It's your opinion.
Yep. But hey, David, I mean, you've been here for a lot of the show, I think. So, I mean, like I said before, and shout out to Freezy once again. As Uncle Freezy put it on last night's Dope Soul show, if you already know that OG Anunoby is going to play anywhere from like 55 to 60 games in a season, and the impact that he has when he's out there, that he impacts winning, to the most part, that you're going to be above 500 team with him just being out there. You telling me you wouldn't take that opportunity? You wouldn't. You see how much better these guys look. You see how Precious looks when OG's out there with him. You see how iHeart looked when iHeart's healthy, of course, with OG out there with them. OG makes everybody better. So I mean, I can't. And the other thing too is just look around the league, guys. Pull up your box scores, not the box scores. Pull up on ESPN or NBA.com and look at how many games these players play each year. Just see how many they play. You'd be surprised at how many actually play 60 games or more. A lot of guys don't. So, and if they do, they're right over 60. They don't even get to 70. So, yeah, that's all I got, guys. Once again, this has been a great show. I thank you to everybody who joined me. My guy Metz, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being here rocking. My guy Corey Lee, one half of the 718 boys, was in the building. My guy Double A was here chopping it up with me. And not to mention the one and only Stafford Don has been here rocking.
Yes, sir. Yes. Hey, Ron, I ain't gonna lie. This is one of the best conversations that we had in a long time. I'm talking about just me and you one-on-one chopping.
Right.
I enjoyed this. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
We've had a couple of these. This is one of the that hasn't been. We had one show that I remember. There was one show that was just me and you, pretty much the whole show.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
Great
man. I
show.
appreciate
Great
you,
show.
Staffer, as always. And thank you guys in the chat once again for tuning in, saluting and supporting the show. Those who bought me a coffee in the past, thank you. Those who gave super chats, thank you for that. Thank you to those tuning in on Facebook. Thank you to everyone who's been tuned in on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. You know how we get down. Continue to support our stuff that we got going on. Still Knick fans. Don't forget, all heart, no quit. That's the mantra. That's where we at. And yeah, man, just continue rocking, man. Let's hope for the best with these Knicks, man. I hope we can get this victory, get this dub. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a little tough. The other thing too is, if you want to see any more content from Still Knick fans and what we got going on, once again, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Saturdays at 11:30 for Know the Ledge right here. You see it. Or Mondays for SKF Weekly with my brother John and my brother Jose. We hold it down 9 p.m. on Monday nights for SKF Weekly. And throughout the week, whether it be a Thursday or a Friday, got to get back up and doing what we do. But we just did 2 shows yesterday. The NBA wrap up on Nothing But Knicks. And then we also had the wrap up on the Front Stoop where we got into hip hop talk. We had a very good special guest, dope MC. His name is Big Stet. So if y'all haven't checked that out, type in thefrontstoop.com on YouTube. And it's hip hop. You might have to type in hip hop if you've never looked for it before, because there's another Front Stoop that's different out there, something different. Yeah, and check out the show, man. Really, really dope artists. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Appreciate you guys.
Ron,
go ahead, brother.
Can I just go ahead and shout out?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Dope Soul Sports Talk, Knicks Talk with the Queen. That's every Friday at 9 o'clock. I'm there with the whole crew: Jarrell, Ajay, Jeff. Look out for us. Also on Monday, Queen's Court with the Queen. I think we should be on regular time because Monday we have a game with Golden State. So look out for her. So continue supporting the Queen. She's a very, very, very talented person. I respect the hell out of her. So please go ahead and support her platform. Also, too, I will be coming out with my thing coming out soon under the umbrella of the Queen's Court,
the Dope Soul Sports
Dope
Channel.
Soul Sports Talk, right?
I got you.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate it. I got tongue.
I'm here for you, brother.
Yeah, so look out for that. I really support. Love y'all guys. I respect y'all guys. Y'all bring a lot of stuff to the table. The chat. Salute to you, Ron, a good friend of mine's. I respect your content. I respect everything that you do. And keep up the good work, man, because we need people like you in the Knicks community to bring us together and just have a wonderful time every Saturday, talking about New York Knicks basketball. So much respect to you, Ron, and that goes far beyond just being a Knicks fan. You're a good brother also too. So I just want to let people know that also too. You know what I mean? And salute to you and your family. I hope everything is going good on that side, and she's well and better and 110%.
Appreciate you, brother. Well, I mean, we still chugging along. I don't talk about it as much. She's gotten a little better, but we still not, it's nowhere near what it used to be. And unfortunately, like, you take for granted regular life and what you can normally do. So, but we're on the path, man. We just got to continue to work and figure out the best ways to proceed. But I thank you for acknowledging and mentioning that. Appreciate you, and to all those that have supported the shows over the years and continue to support. Thank you, and to the new people that jumped in today and been watching and chopping it up. Like I said, I hope you guys like the content. Please hit that subscribe button and show your love for the show if you like it. Hit that like button. We are 90 likes. You know, as Craig said, maybe we can get to 100. It'll have to happen once I'm off the air, but you know what I mean? Just show your love if you haven't already. And Replay Gang, you know how we give it up. Appreciate
and
y'all.
Ron, I told you we weren't going to have that bet, right? And you still lost.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Okay. All right. That's good. Yeah. Nice. Stafford, man.
2 minutes before the 4 hours.
Good job. Look at you. All right, I see you. Anyway, damn, make me want to stay on for at least one more minute now. I think I gotta hit the 4-hour mark. I can't not when it's staring me in the face. Hold on, guys. Let me cut my nails or something. Like I don't know.
You got 50 seconds.
Yeah, but anyway, I will say this, guys. No matter what, you may not hear me say it enough, but no matter what, we have been tested. We know what it is to go through a lot as Knicks fans. Like people take it for granted. Yeah, sometimes Knicks fans, we're a little braggadocious. We're a little over the top because we're from New York. You know what I mean? We always think we're the best thing since sliced bread. It is what it is. But just understand that, you know, we got a good thing going, man. We finally got a team that has there's some light at the end of the tunnel, man. Let's rock with our guys. I know some guys is playing a little, you know, underwhelming, but you know, give us some time. Let's see what we can do, man. Because if we can get everybody on the same page and really rock out, this team will be devastating, a tough team to beat. And then people won't be just talking about Boston, how they got so many weapons over there. They'll be talking about the Knicks. Like, look at the Knicks defense, look at all their offensive weapons, look at their bench. There's no night off now with this team. That's what we're hoping for. We just got to get there. And hopefully, you know, we can get there with Boyjon and for Burks stepping up their games.
Facts.
We'll
Salute
see.
All
right.
Whenever I come out to Brooklyn, man, I'm gonna come out there and get one of those fancy haircuts, man.
Hey man, Stripmore is the dude, bro. If I had hair to really get a haircut, I would definitely go see him. But I don't got a lot going on underneath.
Listen, he could always give you a fresh Jordan. There ain't nothing wrong.
Or maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe I could get with the new program. You could lace front me, tap and put me some dreads or something.
Imagine around with some dreads, yo. Oh my
Hold on, brethren. Nah, you kidding me? I'll be doing this all day. Like, hey, throwing it, hey, you know what I mean?
Yo, you silly boy.
Oh man. Anyway, WizBKLA says, I respect everything that you do, Ron, except you know.
Oh, you're in Tampa. Oh, I didn't know you're in Tampa. Okay. My brother is in Orlando. So depending when I go down there to Orlando, where you at, I'm gonna hit you up and see how far you at, bro.
Yes, sir. Okay, now I'm really gonna get out of here. And to where's Craig's question? Where is he? He said, "Is Andy still in town?" No, Andy is back in Poland, man. He left, but he had a great time here. It was dope to see him in person, man. We had a real fun time. Okay, all right, that's it. We out of here, folks. Thank you for tuning in once again. Let's go, Knicks. Shout out to the team, man. Let's go get a victory tonight, man. Let's do the damn thing. We'll catch you on the next one. Latest.
Peace, love, respect.